Good morning, commissioners. Welcome to the 2022-2023 school year. It's so good to see your faces on screen. Before we get started with our Operations and Planning Committee business, I would like us to meet our two newest commissioners, Victoria Graff and Heather Snipes. Commissioner Graff, are you here? All right. Commissioner Snipes, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Please say just a couple of words. I want folks to know your face and to say hi.
Hi, everyone. I'm Heather Snipes. I am happy to be here. This is my first time doing this virtually, so this should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to all do together.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Graff, are you here? All right. I saw her earlier, so we'll introduce her again at 10 o'clock. All right. Welcome to the commission, Heather Snipes. All right. So today during OMP, we're going to address the following items: the 2022-23 meeting dates, our annual standing committee and ad hoc committee chair and co-chair appointments, the annual liaison partnership program appointments, and Mary Grady is going to discuss an update on the publication for the 2021-22 annual report. And if we have time, hopefully we can address an update with the ACSE student commissioners. All right, so moving right into item number 1, our meeting dates. Commissioners, please take note and reserve the following meeting dates for your calendar. So for 2022, today we're meeting August 17th and August 18th. Our next meeting dates are going to be October 19th and October 20th. And then heading into the 2023 school year, February 15th and February 16th. For April 19th and April 20th. And concluding the 22-23 school year is June 14th and 15th. So those are the 2022-2023 ACSE meeting dates. Commissioners, please block out those dates, reserve those dates. I know things happen, life happens, but please reserve those dates. All right, so moving into item number 2, annual standing committee and annual ad hoc committee appointments. Commissioners, we should be engaged in the field. Every commissioner should have an appointment to either a committee or to a liaison organization. So here are the appointments for our annual standing committees. Our annual standing committees address ongoing work. So these committees are appointed. The first committee is the Elections Committee. Commissioner Topalian has agreed to be the chair for the Elections Committee. Thank you. For the Grazer Outstanding Achievement and Learning Award Committee, Commissioners Oyakawa and Commissioner Hamilton will co-chair the Grazer Award Committee. And for the Legislative and Policy Committee, Commissioners Tostin and Notch have agreed to co-chair the Legislative and Policy Committee. Thank you for all your work for these committees. I would also like to talk about the roles of the committees. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, are we experiencing some lag issues?
It's related to Chair Hayes White's Zoom connection, I believe, in terms of her internet connection.
Should we go on then and have Mary Grady give an update on the annual report? Mary?
I am here. Just, there we go.
Thanks, Mary.
Well, I want to thank the commissioners for great contributions. Havanya, Stacy, Dawn, and David particularly did yeoman's work in lifting this thing into some final format. I need to publicly apologize to Elizabeth. I was not clear on the levels of review. So just yesterday she submitted some content, and I would like to put myself before the commission and ask, how should I incorporate that content and still make sure that it's the report of the collective body? I suppose one way I could do this is simply send you off a new Word file with the new content highlighted for a final review. I guess that's my first proposal, and I would be interested in any thoughts on that.
No.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay, so Elizabeth, you and I need to talk. So you tell me when, and I'll make myself available, and we can do that sort of off camera here. So the official deadline is the 18th of this month, which is Friday, and then ideally the report will go to CDE for public dissemination in virtual PDF format on the 22nd, and then I start working with the CDE staff who support the print version, which by all accounts you should easily have by your October meetings. So that's really all I have to say, unless there are other thoughts or questions.
No question, but I just wanted to take an opportunity, Mary, again, to thank you for all of your efforts, and the team from SIP, who I believe is supporting us in developing this. It was well written and really captured our thoughts for the year. Thank you for being so gracious and great to work with in the review process.
Well, it's always a privilege, David, so thank you for that. So that's all I have to say, and we can move on with the next item, Havanya.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
All right, it seems like I'm having trouble with Zoom, but you can't hear me right now.
Yeah, Havanya, sometimes if you keep your camera off, the connection is better.
All right, I'll try to keep my camera off for now, but I don't think it's going to work for the whole entire meeting. So thank you, Mary, for that update. I was addressing the committee appointments. So what did you guys hear last from me regarding that item?
The last bit that I heard was the appointments for the legend policy chairs, and you were starting your comments around everyone being engaged as a committee chair or a liaison.
All right, thank you. So the next appointment that I want to share with you guys is the annual ad hoc committee co-chair appointments for the mental health committee. And Commissioners Adler and Estes have agreed to be co-chairs for the mental health ad hoc committee. Now I would like for us to talk about the annual liaison partnership program. I want commissioners to look at the handout labeled item number 5. That was sent to you via email. Commissioners, are you able to look at that handout as we go through the liaison partnership program?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So what is the work that commissioners should be doing during our off months? Well, we should be engaged in the field and monitoring all things concerning students with special needs. And this work, some of this work is through our annual liaison partnership program. So what is the annual partnership program? The purpose of the annual liaison partnership program is to build and maintain ongoing relationships between ACSE and our partner organizations across the state of California regarding students with special needs and their families. And the goal for ACSE's liaison program is to work together in collaboration across organizations, agencies, and commissions in pursuit of our vision. So I want you guys to look at the handout and let's describe what a commissioner liaison role looks like. The role of an ACSE appointed commissioner liaison is to actively monitor and collect the partners organization's discussions, progress, and decisions regarding students with special needs. During each liaison agenda item, commissioners liaisons will publicly report new information for the commission to be updated on, including but not limited to current issues, initiatives, bills, and activities regarding students with special needs across the state of California. So commissioners, you may ask, what does active monitoring and collecting look like? So can I have a commissioner to read the following bullets right underneath how to actively monitor and collect information? Is someone willing to read those bullets?
Sure, I'll read it.
Thank you, Commissioner Collian.
Okay, foster a positive, collaborative, and ongoing relationship with representative liaison from your partner organization, agency, or commission. Schedule monthly meetings with your partner liaison to monitor and collect updates. If available, monitor the partner organization's website. If available, subscribe to the partner organization's listserv, newsletter, and/or alerts. If available and as appropriate, monitor the partner organization's meeting agendas and attend in person or virtual meetings as public members guests, decide what specific information should be reported at the next Public Advisory Commission and Special Education meeting, and during the ACSE liaison agenda item, publicly report updated information for the commission to discuss as an advisory body.
Thank you, Mr. Topolian. So I want us to have a conversation around, are we capturing and do we understand what a commissioner liaison role looks like? Do you think I've captured all the behaviors that should be going on during our off months? And I'm going to open the floor for everyone.
This is David Tosson. I think it captures all of the appropriate activities, and I especially like the bullet at the bottom in clarifying, you know, as we're monitoring, we're gathering information, but we're not necessarily stating positions or endorsing recommendations or agendas that our partners may have. So certainly, you know, staying in a place of collecting information and bringing it back to the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Toston. Can you please read that last bullet though at the bottom,
sure,
or the advice piece?
Sure. Please be advised, as an appointed ACSE Commissioner Liaison, you are precluded from speaking on behalf of the Commission. Your essential role is to actively monitor and collect new information on behalf of the Commission.
Yes. So when you are liaisoning with your partner organization, you are collecting and monitoring activities, discussion and progress regarding students with special needs, and you're bringing that information back to us so the commission can unpack that information during our live meetings. And if an issue comes up that needs a targeted agenda item, then we as a commission or the liaison person can then raise that agenda item to be placed on the next upcoming ACSE meetings. I see Commissioner Graff, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to join everyone. And maybe you've had a conversation about the use of the term special needs that I see in the document. I'm just curious why we're using special needs as opposed to disabilities, since we're really related to the individual's IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. So I'm just curious as to the use of the term special needs.
Well, we as a commission, we could discuss that at a later date regarding what terms we want to use and what terms are appropriate. So we can have that discussion at a later date. But do you have any feedback on the commissioner liaison role, Commissioner Graff?
No, thank you. I think it's very clearly stated, and I think the way that Commissioner Toston, addressed it, I'm very comfortable with the way it's described there. Thank you.
All right. So now let's talk about the bona fide educational organizations that we are partnering with. Now, these organizations are just the ones that have agreed with us, but they're not a conclusive list. And I'm going to ask commissioners if they have any other organizations that we should be partnering with. So here are the following organizations that we are partnering with thus far. The Assessment Interest Stakeholder Group, the California Association of Resource and Special Educators Plus, or CARS Plus, the California Teachers Association, or CTA, the California Charter Schools Association, or CCSA, First Five Sacramento County, the Napa County Office of Education, Seeds of Partnership, and the Family Empowerment Centers, Special Education Administrators of County Offices, or SECO, Special Education Local Plan Area, or SELPA, California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, or CTC, and the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. Commissioners, are there any other organizations that we should be partnering with? I open the floor. Commissioner Topalian.
The Pupil Personnel Services Coalition. That was the one we had last time. So the PPS Coalition.
I'm going to ask Vice Chair Adler to please make note of these additional organizations. Okay, PPS. Okay, I see a hand up for Commissioner Estes.
Thank you. I would say potentially the Child Welfare Council and maybe the new Office of Community and Youth Restoration.
Thank you. I see a hand up for Commissioner Sorter.
Hi, I would say CEC, the Council for Exceptional Children.
Thank you.
And,
Are there any other hands that I cannot see?
Commissioner Sorter and Commissioner Topalian both have their hands up.
Okay.
I was just going to suggest the juvenile justice as well. Something with the juvenile justice. I'm not sure what that would entail.
Okay.
Commissioner Snipes?
Commissioner Estes, I have your hand.
Just to Commissioner's comment just now, the Office of Youth and Community Restoration would be a nexus to juvenile justice.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Snipes, is that a hand up for you?
Yeah, it is. I think in the early childhood realm, Quality Counts California and the California Association for the Education of Young Children, CAEYC.
Thank you. Are there any additional hands up for suggestions?
I don't have a suggestion.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Don't have a suggestion
Commissioner
for an additional group, but I would ask on behalf of Commissioner Notch and I, as you are working and liaisoning with these interest holding groups, if they are tracking on any legislation or supporting legislation or bills, if you could alert us of that, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Tostin. All right, so why don't we go ahead and announce the commissioner liaisons appointed to each organization. All right, so for the Assessment Interest Stakeholders Group, that is vacant, but I'm thinking I would like to have Commissioner Oyakawa. For the California Association of Resource and Special Educators Plus, or CARS Plus, Commissioner Sorter has agreed to be the liaison. Thank you. For the California Teachers Association, Chair Hayes White is liaison. For the California Charter Schools Association, it's vacant, but I would like either Commissioner Gill or Andres. I will be talking to them. For First Five Sacramento County, Commissioner Snipes has agreed to be the liaison. Thank you. For the Napa County Office of Education, Chair Hayes White is the liaison. For the Seeds of Partnership and Family Empowerment Centers, for the Northern Region, Commissioner Ruiz has agreed to be the liaison. For the Southern Region, Commissioner Lopez has agreed to be the liaison. For the Special Education Administrators of County Offices, or SECO, Commissioner Notch has agreed to be the liaison. For the Special Education Local Plan Area, or SELPA, Chair Hayes White is the liaison. And for the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, or CTC, Commissioner Graff has agreed to be the liaison. And finally, for the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, Commissioner Topalian has agreed to be the liaison. All right, so we will talk about this more in item 4 and 5. So, Commissioners, I think that leads right into the 10 o'clock hour. So we will talk about the ACSE Student Commissioner update tomorrow during, is that item 9? All right, so let's conclude right now O&P at 9:57, and let's get ready for a 10 o'clock sharp countdown. So I will conclude O&P right now at 9:57 a.m. and let's return back here at 9:59 for 10 o'clock countdown. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to day 1, August 17th, 2022, California Department of Education Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting. Director Calamis, please facilitate a roll call to establish a quorum.
Vice Chair Adler,
Here.
Commissioner Andrus, Commissioner Estes,
Here.
Commissioner Gill, Commissioner Graff,
Here.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Present.
Chair Hayes White,
Here.
Commissioner Lopez,
Here.
Commissioner Notch,
Here.
Commissioner Oyakawa, Commissioner Ruiz, Commissioner Snipes,
Here.
Commissioner Sorter,
Here.
Commissioner Topalian,
Here.
Commissioner Tostin.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you. I hereby call the August 17th, 2022 meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education to order at 10:01 a.m. Commissioner Adler, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Please follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now for housekeeping and announcements. On June 30th, 2022, Governor Newsom signed Senate Bill 189, to allow state bodies covered by the Clean Open Meeting Act to hold public meetings covered by the Act via web and or audio teleconferencing through June 30th, 2023. As such, this meeting will be held as an audio-video teleconference. Boardroom 1101 at the California Department of Education is closed to the public. In June, Governor Newsom appointed a new addition to our commission. Victoria Graff is here with us today. Welcome, Commissioner Graff. Can you please introduce yourself? Tell us your background, your current role in the field of education, and I will turn over the mic right now.
Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners. I'm very honored to join all of you on the Advisory Commission. I have been professor of special education at Loyola Marymount University for over 40 years, where I've been preparing special educators and general educators to meet the needs of students with disabilities and their families. I'm currently the past president of the California Association of Professors of Special Education, Teacher Education Division, and I also serve on the board for the Council for Exceptional Children, along with Commissioner Sorter. I'm glad to have both of us representing CEC here as well. I've served on many task forces, including the California Special Education Task Force, which issued its report in 2015, and I co-chaired the Educator Preparation and Professional Learning Subcommittee, along with Dr. Ann Halverson, and continued to do a lot of work nationally with the CEDAR grant out of the University of Florida, which has been in California for about 8 years. And then I also do a lot of international work regarding the inclusion of students with disabilities in general education classrooms. So I think that's a brief introduction at this point. So I'm happy to join all of you. Thank you so much, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Graff, for your extensive background. Are you ready to take your oath?
Yes, I am.
All right, raise your right hand and please repeat after me. I state your name.
I'm sorry, I
State your name.
Oh, I'm Victoria Graff.
Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
All right, congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much.
All right, commissioners. Today marks the beginning of our 2022-23 school year. As such, I would like each commissioner to reintroduce themselves to the state by sharing a sentence or two about their background and current role in education. I would like to go around the virtual dais in alphabetical order, beginning with Vice Chair Adler.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayes-White. I'm Stacy Adler. I'm the Mono County Superintendent of Schools, 30-year plus educator, and happy to be a part of the commission. Thank you.
Commissioner Estes.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Estes. I'm a longtime children's attorney in the state of California, originally in the welfare space and now for many, many years in the education space, particularly special education. I'm also the founder of an organization called Breaking Barriers, about breaking the barriers to care for children in California. Thrilled to be here. Thank you.
Commissioner Graff, quickly again.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to join you. Yes, I'm a Professor Emeritus now of Loyola Marymount University, former Professor of Special Education and Education Preparation. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton, are you here?
Yes. Good morning. I am Dawn Hamilton, and I'm the parent of a student with significant disability who started school this week in the 6th grade, so transitioned to middle school. It's an exciting week. And I also have been highly involved in advocacy around our students with disabilities and full inclusion for them. As such, I sit on the board for CHIME, which is the school my daughter also attends.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning. I am a proud mother of Isabella Dominguez, 19 years old, just graduated, starting school in a couple weeks. And I am also a doctor in sports medicine now for about 25 years, still practicing. And I'm the chair of the, I was the previous chair of the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. And now I sit on as a chair with Regional Center for the Self-Determination Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Notch.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Notch. I'm currently the Executive Director of Special Education with the San Mateo County Office of Education. But my most important role is as a parent of a student with a disability who today is starting 5th grade, his first day in 5th grade, in a full inclusion gen ed placement, which has been quite a journey and is the backbone of my fierce advocacy for inclusive services for all students. So I'm thrilled to be here.
Thank you. Commissioner Snipes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Heather Snipes. My current position is a Supporting Inclusive Practices Program Specialist out of El Dorado County. I currently reside and I'm physically located in Humboldt County, all the way up here in the Redwoods. I've been in the early childhood field in one way or another for about 16 years now. I started in home child care. I have worked on, I've worked in lab schools at colleges, and I have worked for school districts in early childhood and early childhood special education.
Thank you. Commissioner Sorter?
Good morning. I am an administrator for special education with Riverside County Office of Education. I oversee our workforce grant programs such as Transition Partnership Program, Employment Network, Workability. And I'm also the president-elect for the California CEC.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Topalian?
Good morning. I'm Janine Topalian, and I'm an administrator in LAUSD for psychological services. And I'm currently also the California Association of School Psychologists past president. And I specialize in neuropsych and love what I do and just want to help our community and our schools and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tostin?
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Tostin. I'm currently a senior advisor with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. Prior to this role, I was an educational leader and practitioner in California for about 22 years. I've been the past chair of the commission and are devoted to addressing issues of disproportionality and inequities in our system. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am Dr. Havanya Hayes-White. I taught 15 years as a moderate to severe special day class teacher in urban Los Angeles schools. I taught all grade levels, including preschool up to young adults with disabilities. For the last 11 of my 23 years in special education, I have been serving as a university and college professor, training, mentoring, and preparing new teachers who are pursuing their California teaching credentials and master's degrees in education. Thank you, commissioners, for your introductions. I am excited about our new school year and honored to serve beside each of you. Now for the review of the agenda and public comments. Vice Chair Adler, please review the agenda and review the guidelines for providing public comments.
Thank you very much. So for our agenda today, we will start out with an overview of the state budget from our CDE colleagues and State Board of Education colleagues. We'll then move into an item 2 on the California legislative process, and we'll hear from the Legislative Analyst Office at that time. At 11:45, we're expecting to hear from State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond. Following State Superintendent's remarks, we will adjourn for a 30-minute lunch. Following lunch, we will have the annual commissioner orientation presentation, followed by a report from the Operations and Planning Committee. Item number 5 will be the annual chair liaison appointments and State Board of Education liaison report. Item 6 will have an opportunity for general public comment. Followed by that, we will adjourn for the day. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Calamise to present the directions for public comment.
Just give us 1 second when we get the slide up. All right. The comment slide is up. As you can see here, there's a conference dial-in number before you. That number is 717-908-1937, and the access code is 467-9071, and then the pound key. And prior to making public comment, please, speakers should make sure that their volume on their computer is muted to avoid echoing or feedback during the call. And then also copies of the meeting materials are made available by emailing acse@cde.ca.gov.
All right, thank you, Director Calamise. We are ready to move right into item number 1. State budget update. An update on the final 2022-23 state budget will be provided, including an overview regarding funds for special education. Presented by Jessica Holmes, staff from the State Board of Education. Ms. Holmes, are you here?
I am. Thank you.
Good morning. I turn over the mic to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. White. As Dr. White mentioned, my name is Jessica Holmes. I'm the Chief Deputy Executive Director over at the State Board of Education. Given the topic, you might be wondering why I'm here, as opposed to someone else from the Department of Finance or from the Legislature. But prior to coming to the State Board of Education, I spent 8 years at the Department of Finance working on education budgets, most recently as the Assistant Program Budget Manager over the pre-K through 12 state budget. So I do have quite a bit of experience in this area, and budget is one of my favorite things to discuss. In addition to talking about what happened in the most recent 2022 Budget Act, I was also asked to review the budget process in its entirety, to give everyone here a primer on what the budget is, how it works, and how you can best engage in the budget process. So I'll be going through that today with my slides, and then at the end we'll be talking a little bit about what most recently happened in the 2022 budget. I believe that I will be sharing my screen. Is that correct? That I'll be running my own budget? Okay, or my own PowerPoint? Okay, great. So I will go ahead and do that. And hopefully everyone can see that.
Yes, we see it.
Okay. So the California state budget process is a legislative process at its core. It is also a process that is very specifically outlined in the California State Constitution and state law. In terms of how it fits into the larger legislative process, it's interesting because the budget is a bill, or rather a collection of bills, but it has a slightly different timeline and process through the legislature than other legislation. So as some of you may know, and I know that you'll be talking a little bit more about this in the next presentation, the current 2-year legislative session will be ending at the end of August, essentially. But the California state budget process wrapped up, for the most part, I should say, wrapped up at the end of June of this year, and that is based on constitutional deadlines. So the budget cycle in California, we have a budget cycle that is every year. There are some states that have a 2-year budget cycle where they budget for every 2 years, but we budget every single year. And the budget cycle is very clearly defined and has really 3 main points in time, points of reference that you will hear a lot about. But essentially, the budget cycle also happens all year long. So beginning in July of every year, the Department of Finance, on behalf of the governor, begins to build the state budget. And in California, we do a type of budgeting that doesn't necessarily start from zero every year. What we do is a type of budgeting That assumes that we will continue the same programs and expenditures that we did from the prior year, and then we adjust those programs and expenditures to take into account changes in population or demand, or to pull out one-time programs, or to look at things like growth. So that is how we budget in California. We start from wherever we ended off in the last budget, and we make adjustments to align with what we believe our current and future needs are going to be in the budget year in question. So that work around identifying the prior budget and how we think that, to maintain the existing programs, how we think that is going to impact the amount of funding that we need, that happens through August, September, and October over at the Department of Finance. The other thing that's happening at the Department of Finance and within agencies and departments across the state and among advocacy organizations every summer is work around developing proposals for the next budget cycle. So although if you're looking at this slide, you see that the first date listed is January 10 of every year for the governor's budget, in reality, most of the major outreach on policy proposals happens 6 months before that. Because the budget is such a large undertaking, the work really begins the summer before. And so I really recommend, when folks ask me when they should start, reaching out to the Department of Finance or the legislature on budget proposals, I really recommend the summer and fall before the budget year that they're planning to want to take part in or to advocate in. So all of the budget is put together. The basic governor's proposal of the budget is put together through the summer and fall months. We do that budgeting process where we go in and we look at what is going to be required to fund existing programs into the next budget year. And then the administration puts together its packages of budget proposals, the administration being the folks that work for the governor, put together its package of budget proposals to either spend additional funds that the Department of Finance has projected that the state will have, or to reduce programming to align with reduced revenues that the state is expecting to have. And that happens usually in November, December. So that whole process takes quite a bit of time. It also is really highly dependent upon revenue projections and information that the Department of Finance gets from the state treasurer, as that's the entity that really takes in the funding and the revenues on behalf of the state. So quite a bit of work that happens that is not generally done in a public setting, in a public hearing for the general public, but a lot of preparation work that happens in the spring, fall, and winter, all leading up to January 10th, which is the constitutional deadline for the governor to present his version, or her version, hopefully at some point in the future, of the state budget as put together by the Department of Finance and reflecting the governor's priorities. What this means when we say presenting a budget is that the administration has put together a bill. Because again, the budget is a bill, and the bill has a list of appropriations or expenditure of funds that is supposed to not exceed the amount of revenues projected to be available in the year that it covers, in what we call the budget year. In addition, with the passage of Prop 2 several years ago, it also has to include a multi-year budget, so budget assumptions for the next 5 years with revenues and projected expenditures, and those expenditures cannot exceed those revenues. So the governor creates this bill, and it's a huge bill, and it has all of the different expenditures being proposed for every single agency in the state. And this bill is the language for the bill is copied into 2 identical bits of legislation, one Assembly bill and one Senate bill. And identical copies of each are sent to each house to consider through the budget process. And that's how the public budget process kicks off every year. Throughout January, there are a variety of additional bills that go along with the budget called budget trailer bills that are worked on by the administration. as a starting point. And those trailer bills contain policy changes to existing law that implement the governor's spending plan. So sometimes this includes expenditure of funds, sometimes it includes adjustments to existing programs and law that allow for the implementation of the expenditures that are made in the budget bill. Trailer bills, there are usually dozens of them, and they're usually broken up by subject matter area. And those trailer bill, the trailer bill language is usually completed and submitted to the legislature and to the public for viewing by February 1st. So first comes the budget bill by January 10th. Trailer bills come usually by the end of January, beginning of February. After that happens, the legislature will schedule a variety of budget subcommittee hearings. And these are really great opportunities for the public to come and comment on the governor's proposed budget. So again, as individuals, as individual members of the public, if folks have comments on the governor's budget, we certainly recommend participating in that public process. I will say that as a board, or I'm sorry, as a commission that is appointed by the governor, if ACSE wants to provide comment on the budget, I certainly recommend working with with Heather. With Heather Calamise from the Department of Education, as well as Layla Fahimidin from the State Board of Education on the proper process to do that. But as individual members of the public, you're more than welcome to participate in those public hearings and provide public comment. The next dates in the process come in April and May. These are called, these are all components of the May revision. As the spring progresses and as public hearings happen, the Department of Finance gets new updated revenue information that can change how much the state has to spend and can require amendments to the governor's original budget proposal. And so the governor's staff and the different agencies and Department of Finance work together to amend the initial January proposal to reflect changes that are necessary because of that change in revenue. And those are revisions that are made pursuant to law through a process called the May revision. After the May revision, generally speaking, and by the way, I should mention that the legislature can make changes to the budget bills that the governor sent to them at any time. However, many times the legislature will wait to make those changes until after May revision so that they can make changes to what the final governor's proposal will be. But after May, the legislature many times will take the governor's budget, the revised budget, and will make changes that reflect the legislative priorities as well as the priorities of the public as provided through budget subcommittee hearings. And that ends up usually in two different bills. So as you may recall, at the beginning of this process in January, the bills sent to each house of the legislature, the Assembly and the Senate, are identical. By the time we get to the legislative versions of the budget, after the May revision, the legislature, the two houses have often made changes that don't necessarily line up to each other. So at this point, we have two different versions of the budget bill that started off the same. But we can only pass one budget. We can't pass both an Assembly and a Senate budget. And so we have to go through a process of reconciliation where the houses work together to work out their differences to finally pass a single budget bill that matches in both houses. The administration often takes a role in those conversations as well, which I'll explain a little bit more later. But the Constitution requires that the legislature pass a budget bill by midnight on June 15th every year. And then the governor has 12 calendar days to either veto or sign the bill. And the governor there's something special that happens with the budget bill. The governor can veto or sign the bill, or he can do something called line item vetoing, where the governor can go through and cross out anything from the legislative budgets that he or she does not like. So that is why the administration many times will take part in those conversations that happen between the legislative houses to try to reconcile and create a single bill for the final budget. In addition, all of those many trailer bills that have been worked on that help implement the budget, they also get amended by the legislature, and they are in final form, usually at the end of June, beginning of July, and they get signed or vetoed as well, depending upon what the governor's preference is. You may also hear about these things called budget bill juniors, which sound very cute, but in reality, what they do is they come after the Budget Act is passed and signed by the governor, and they can amend that original budget. And that's required for many reasons. Sometimes the state finds out revenues aren't coming in as we projected, or that there are technical errors or issues that need to be addressed that were in the original budget. And so many times you'll see what are called budget bill juniors or trailer bill juniors that follow afterwards. However, generally speaking, in most budget years, all of these things all of this process is concluded by the end of the legislative process, by the end of August. So I know that was a lot of talking and only one slide so far, but I thought it would be helpful to show this process also in the form of a chart so you can see how the process works. Again, to the extent that ACSE would like to provide some recommendations or thoughts prior to the governor's budget release, summer is a great time to do that. And again, I recommend working through Heather and Layla in order to provide that feedback and figure out what timing works best. And then individual members of the public are also welcome to engage in the budget hearing process that happens throughout the spring as well. Just a quick primer on budget bills versus trailer bills. As I mentioned before, the budget bill, the original budget bill, the initial budget bill, includes the majority of funding appropriations or authority for all agencies in the state. And this really includes most of our ongoing and base funding. As I mentioned before, the state tends to take what we did last year and make adjustments for the next year, reflecting any anticipated need for change in the next budget year. And so a lot of this, baseline budgeting you will see in the budget bill. And this is used to fund core programming and items that don't necessarily require a lot of additional statutory language changes to implement. Trailer bills generally include many new programs and initiatives in the budget, especially large one-time programs, and those requiring significant new language. So you will see a lot of large new initiatives generally done through trailer bill, but over time, these will get wrapped into the budget bill as they become core ongoing base programs. And so just to give you an example of the different types of language that you'll see for both budget bill and trailer bill items. So for example, this right here is a budget bill language example of the Department of Education's budget. So if you'll see at the top, there is a set of numbers, 6100-001-0001. 6100 is what we call the org code or the agency code or the BU in budget parlance for the Department of Education. And all of these numbers and appropriations down here are for the different programs that are run through the Department of Education. This is trailer bill language example. It looks very much like statute because it is statutory changes. And what you're seeing here, this is a change made in the most recent budget to transportation services. And so it amends state law over how LEAs can provide transportation. So let's talk a little bit about how you can find information about the budget online. And then also what happened in the most recent budget in special education. So you can go and find the budget bills yourselves and read them online. I don't necessarily recommend that. I mean, you can do that. It's totally your prerogative, but it tends to be pretty dense and sometimes difficult to go through. So I really recommend, if you want to find out what's happening at the governor's budget version of the budget, at the May revision version of the budget, and at the final budget act, to go to the Department of Finance's website. It's dof.ca.gov, and look at something called the budget summary, also known as the A pages. And I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. And hopefully, I don't know if we can see this now. It should have updated. Let me see if I can make sure that you all can see what I'm looking at here. Okay, excellent. So this is the Department of Finance's website. And if you go down to California budget, you can find the budget summaries. You'll also see that you can find trailer bill language and other information about the budget here. But we're going to go into California budget. And this is where you can find the budget summaries. And we're going to go ahead and look at the most recent budget. And you'll see here are those 3 points in time: the governor's proposed budget, the May revision, and the enacted budget. I'd recommend going to summary. And then you can go by topic and find the topic that you're interested in. So I'm going to go ahead and jump to K-12 education so we can talk a little bit about the most recently enacted changes in the special education budget for K-12 education. So the budget summary is a really excellent narrative that describes all the different things that have happened in this budget area in a given year. I'm going to go ahead, and I apologize for those of you who get nauseous for movement like this, but I'm going to scroll down to the special education section. And generally there is a special education section because it's a very dynamic area in the state budget. Here we go. So the most recent 2022 Budget Act included quite a bit in the area of special education. So specifically, there was $500 million ongoing Proposition 98 General Fund for base special education funding. So that would go out to all LEAs serving students with disabilities. And paired with that, as I mentioned, there's usually trailer bill paired with the budget bill, budget appropriations, are some changes in policy. So, for example, there was some amendment to the funding formula to calculate special education base funding at the LEA level rather than at the SELPA level. There was consolidation of 2 special education extraordinary cost pools into a single cost pool with an additional $14 million for that. There was also some changes around the IDEA planning. So it added an IDEA addendum to the LCAP to support inclusive planning and promote cohesion between special education and general education planning. And so I'll kind of keep it high level here, but you can definitely go through and read more about this. There's $2 million to create resources for inclusive practices for families and communities. There was $2 million to create an ongoing special education resource lead to support families of pupils with disabilities and really focus on family support as well as alternative dispute resolution and conflict prevention. And then in addition, there was quite a bit of work done and resources provided to improve transitions for 3-year-olds that move from an IFSP to an IEP, or move from the regional center focused services to the LEA focused services. In addition, I highly recommend going through the entire budget summary if you have the time or the inclination, because there are also some really interesting investments made in things like early literacy and teacher workforce that also can have significant impacts on the work that is done in the special education world. So I'm going to go ahead and stop that there. And then I wanted to provide an opportunity for all of the commissioners, if you like, to ask any questions. I know I just threw a lot of information at you, and I want to make sure that I can be a resource to you if you have any questions about this process. And I see there's a hand up. Thank you, Dr. Sorter.
Hi, wow. I feel like I was in class. Awesome. I just want to say thank you for the chart. I'm a visual person, and so that was very helpful for me. And then walk as you were going through, I was going through it. And so I really liked the budget summary chapters and how you showed us how to get there to find the information. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And I'm also happy. I know that state government websites, for as hard as we try, are not necessarily the easiest things to navigate. So to the extent that any of you have any further questions on how to find information, I'm also happy to be a resource for you on that. Yes, Mr. Tostin.
Good morning, Jessica. Always great to hear presentations from you, even in different state departments and agencies that you work with.
Thank you.
And so just a general comment for commissioners, really appreciated the timeline slide that showed all the various mile markers in the budget process. And as we are thinking about our body of work, I think it encourages us to be intentional with our topics of conversation at various points in the year if we want to advise and assist and be influential in the process. There are some key points in terms of fall and between January and May where we should be tracking on topics and sharing our voice and perspectives if we have them. And so I just wanted to make a general comment for us to be intentional as we look at our meeting calendars and dates so that we're having the right conversations at opportune times. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments at this time, commissioners?
Well, thank you all very much for the opportunity. You, I think, have access to my presentation and as well as my contact information. And like I said, I work for the state board, and so I'm here to be a resource if I can be. And thank you also very much for the hard work you do on behalf of the students with disabilities in our state. It's very important and very appreciated. Thanks so much.
Can we pull up the public comment slide, please? Director Calamise, do we have any public comment?
We have no public comment.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Let's move right on into item number 2, California legislative process. Presenter Amy Lai from the Legislative Analyst Office will provide an overview of the stages of the legislative process. Amy Lai, are you here?
Yes, I am, Dr. White.
Oh, thank you. Welcome. I turn over the mic to you.
Great, thank you so much. Let me just share my screen. Can everyone see that okay? Okay, great, yes. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. As Dr. White mentioned, my name is Amy Lee, and I am a Senior Fiscal and Policy Analyst with the California Legislative Analyst Office. For those of you who are less familiar with our office, we provide independent, nonpartisan fiscal and policy analysis to help inform the decisions of the California State Legislature. I cover special education, so I am particularly excited to be presenting for the Commission today. This morning, I've been asked to provide an overview of the legislative policy process. So the steps by which an idea becomes a law, goes through all these intermediate processes in between. I'm thankful to be presenting after Jessica Holmes. I think the overview on the budget actually dovetails really well with this overview on the policy process. And I think there will be a lot of parallels in terms of steps that are involved. There are just a few caveats that I want to mention before I begin. So first, this presentation covers the process, not necessarily the politics behind the process. And we'll discuss the different steps that are involved, the requirements and the deadlines, but we won't necessarily get into the political context under which all of this happens. Second is that many policy bills with major price tags end up being incorporated into the budget process. very rarely do you see a policy bill with a major spending that only is a policy bill. Usually there is a lot of interplay between the policy process by which bills get passed and the budget process by which the budget gets passed. And third, the policy process can get very complicated. There are various rules, there are various exceptions and waivers that can also occur that send bills on very different routes. This presentation will only cover the basics, essentially the steps that a typical bill would go through. So we've figured a overview of the legislative policy process ought to start with, why is legislation important? So this is the process by which an idea is introduced as a law, and then those laws that are passed become enacted as law, or those bills that become passed and enacted become law. It's an expression of state priorities and values, and it's also a vehicle for addressing policy issues and problems, and then making some budgetary decisions as well. So since we are talking about the legislature, I figured it would be helpful to start with some legislative facts. So California has a bicameral legislature, which essentially means we have two houses. We have the Assembly, which is the bigger house and consists of 80 members. And then we have the Senate, which consists of 40 members. Each member is elected by their specific district and expected to represent those districts' interests. There are also voting requirements. So whether we're talking about getting voting out of committee versus getting voted off of the floor of a specific house, there are going to be certain requirements for a bill in order to pass it on to the next step. Most bills will just require a majority vote. And in most committees, it is also a majority vote. So more than 50% that will allow it to move on to the next step. For some bills that do other things, there are higher voting thresholds at 2/3. For example, these are bills that might raise taxes, might need to be implemented on a faster timeline than otherwise, or change the Constitution. Now, as Mrs. Holmes suggested during her overview, the legislature operates in 2-year sessions. Usually we bring in a session in an odd number year, and we end a session in an even number year. So as Jessica mentioned, this August will be the end of the 21-22 legislative session. You can see on this slide that the 1920 session was a rather productive session. Legislators introduced more than 5,000 bills. More than 14,000 bills were sent to the governor, and then more than 1,200 bills were signed into law by the governor. And so here we start talking about the actual policy process. For those of you who can remember the Schoolhouse Rock video, I'm Just a Bill, it really does start like that. It starts with an idea that can come from everyday citizens. It can come from commission members just as yourselves. It can come from departments, from advocacy groups, nonprofit, for-profit industry. A whole range of different individuals and organizations can present a bill idea. The first step in the policy process is when that bill idea gets an author. So a senator or an assembly member is persuaded by this idea and agrees to introduce it as a bill. So typically when an idea finds a bill author, that author is then responsible for shepherding it through this policy process. And it will begin by asking legislative counsel, which is the legislature's lawyers, to draft up this bill idea as language. Legislative counsel will look at current statute and review what specific statutes have to be changed in order for this bill idea to be implemented. Are there certain sections that have to be added anew, or are there certain sections that have to be repealed altogether? And so legislative counsel is the one that drafts the actual bill language itself. Once that bill language is put together, the author then introduces that bill, what we call putting it across the desk. So essentially, back in the old days, I don't know if they still do this during COVID, but the author's office would actually go into the Senate or Assembly chambers with the language in hand and literally hand it across the desk to the clerk or secretary of the Senate or the Assembly. At that point, that bill is introduced, and then it is assigned a bill number. So when it's an Assembly bill introduced by an Assembly member, it is given AB some number. If it's a Senate bill, it will be entitled SB some number. And at that point, that bill is then in print and available for the public to see. Just as a quick note, you'll notice that this slide is entitled House of Origin. So the House of Origin is essentially which house that bill was introduced in. For the policy process can get really complicated. And so we attempted to sort of generalize the various steps in the process. It typically doesn't vary depending on whether you're starting on the Senate or the Assembly all that much. So we're just going to generically say in the House of Origin, wherever this bill started. So this bill has a number, and then it's in print, and then it goes directly to the Rules Committee. And so the Rules Committee is responsible for assigning which specific policy committees or fiscal committees this bill will be heard by. As I mentioned before, there are 5,000 bills that get introduced in a 2-year session. That's a lot of information for legislators to actually be able to review and have an in-depth knowledge of. And so the California Legislature is also set up with committee systems. And these committees are responsible for having an in-depth review of each bill that passes through the legislature. These specific members on these committees are intended to have more expertise and a more understanding of which bill comes before it, and so be able to specialize and create a more efficient process in terms of how the legislature reviews its bills. The 80 members of the Assembly and the 40 members of the Senate, they all sit on a specific policy committee or fiscal committee of some sort. And this is just an example of some of the standing committees that we have on the Assembly side. You can see they cover a wide variety of policies, and they're intended to cover each part of California code. There are also some special committees that pop up, some ad hoc committees that pop up depending on more one-time issues. And so we have the Rules Committee assigning where this bill will go next. A bill that only has policy implications but no fiscal implications, that bill might just be referred to one committee. So for instance, if there's a bill that's focusing on special education, it might just go to the Education Policy Committee to be heard. A bill might be doubly referred if there are fiscal implications for this bill as well. For instance, in that case, a bill might go to the Education Policy Committee and then go to the Appropriations Committee of each house, which then decides for fiscal impacts whether or not they would want to pass that bill. A bill might also be triply referred. So for instance, if you have a special education bill that also touches on, let's say, developmental services, that bill might be referred to both education and the Human Services Committee. And then if it has fiscal impacts, it might also then be referred to appropriations. So bills can take a variety of paths in terms of going through the committee process. Once that bill is in a committee, it is heard. What that means is the author of the bill comes before the committee and they present their bill. They explain what the problem might have been, how this bill proposes to solve that problem, what this bill actually does, and who is in support of this bill. Essentially, the author is presenting their best case for why the committee should pass this bill and why it is needed. It is during this opportunity that committee members get a chance to engage in some discussion. They can ask questions, they can provide recommendations, they can provide amendments which might change the bill itself, or they can just state their support or opposition for any given reason. During committee hearings, there's also an opportunity for public comment, and that's when stakeholders would weigh in. Individuals or stakeholders that might be in support or opposition or might not have a position on this bill would come forth and state what their opinion is for the public record. So that is how a bill would go through the typical policy committee process. For bills that are also flagged for the Appropriations Committee, there's additional nuance to to those steps. So bills that cost more than $150,000 annually, they go into what we call the suspense file. Sometimes there are hundreds of bills that end up in the suspense file because they cost and meet that cost threshold. The suspense file is really a tool for the Appropriations Committee to make all those spending decisions all at once, as opposed to putting a couple million here, a couple million there, and not knowing in the end how much it's going to cost the state. All the bills that are put in the suspense file get reviewed at once. There's one hearing called the suspense file hearing, at which point the committee will take decisions on each of those bills. This hearing, there are no witnesses, there are no authors that present, and it is literally just going through each of the bills to say whether or not it passes or not. For bills that end up in this in-between category where they don't meet that cost threshold, but they are still fiscal, they might actually end up in the consent calendar. These are bills that are typically not minor in fiscal impact. They're non-controversial, and both parties have agreed that they would vote aye for this bill. And so usually those just pass through. So after it goes through all of these committees and are thoroughly reviewed, and assuming that it passes all of these committees, that bill then ends up on the floor of the House of Origin. And that is when every member in that house gets an opportunity to hear the bill being presented by the author and then ask questions and have a debate about the merits of that bill, and state whether or not they support it or oppose it, and any other comments that they would like to share. Once that bill passes off of the floor is when that bill goes onto that second house. And so in the second house, you can see here, the steps are rather similar. You have the bill going to Rules Committee and then going through the different committee hearings, and then eventually ending up on the floor of the other house to be voted on. So it goes through the same process on the other side, essentially. And assuming that that bill passes from the second house, it then goes on to the governor. So as Mrs. Holmes mentioned in terms of the budget, sometimes you can end up with different versions of the bill that pass from the Assembly versus the Senate. In those instances, you go into this box down here below, where either the bill that has been amended in the second house goes back to the House of Origin for a concurrence vote, or you go through a conference committee where there are representatives from both houses that sort of deliberate and negotiate and come to a final reconciled version of that bill. Well, that bill, whatever reconciled version comes out, will also then go on to the governor. And at that point, the governor has 12 days to either sign, veto, or approve without signing this bill. Should the governor either sign it or approve it without signing, that bill then becomes enacted into law and becomes part of California state statute. So this is just the whole entire life cycle of the legislation in its entirety. As you can see, it is a rather complicated process, but hopefully the steps that we took before in terms of generalizing the process were helpful in terms of understanding everything. So similar to the budget process, the policy process is also driven by key deadlines. And so I would be remiss to have this overview without talking about how much legislative deadlines really push this process forward. So as you can see here, there are some examples from the 2021 year in this current legislative session. From the House of Origins, legislators had until February 19th to introduce bills. They had until May 7th for policy committees to hear non-fiscal bills and to get their bills out of the fiscal committees, the policy committees. And then they had until May 21st to get their bill out of the fiscal committee, and then until June 4th to get their bill out of their House of Origin. And then there are similar deadlines on the second house. So should a bill not be able to make it through any of these steps in the first year of a 2-year cycle, they then have a second year to become what we call a 2-year bill and gain passage in that last year of the 2-year session. So that ends the steps of the policy process. I figured I would end this presentation with some practical information in case you ever want to look up a bill, where the bill might be, its status, in terms of any of the policy updates that you might get during commission meetings. I figured some of these resources might come in handy in the future. So the key resource to look for is California Legislative Information website, or what we call LegInfo. And the website can be reached at leginfo.legislature.ca.gov. And it will open up a page like this. This is where you would enter the specific bill number or the author, any information you have in terms of tracking where that bill is. This is where the AB sum number, SB sum number comes in handy. So after you put in that bill number, you get a page that looks like this. And I just looked up a bill, Assembly Bill 988, which was introduced by Assemblymember Berman, and it had to do with streamlining credentials for out-of-state special education teachers. So when you go into LegInfo and you enter that bill number, you pop up a page like this. So you can see the various tabs. You have text, votes, history, bill analyses, today's law as amended, and so on. So this is what the text looks like in terms of one of these bills. Usually you will start with what we call the legislative digest, which is just a summary. And then below this is just the actual language itself. So if you go to history, this is where you can look at each of the steps that this legislation took. And it goes from the earliest as below to the most recent above. So you can see that this bill was referred to the Assembly Education Committee. It was passed out, and then it went to the Appropriations Committee on the Assembly, where it made it to the consent calendar. So it was labeled as non-fiscal. And then it went on to the floor was passed, and then went on to the Senate. And then it went through a very similar process on that side to be approved and then signed into law by the governor. Another helpful tab in Leg Info is actually bill analyses. These are the analyses that staff on the committee will put together in terms of providing helpful background and additional research, what the bill actually does, what current law does, and any additional context or notes from the author themselves as to why this might be helpful. Any additional staff comments will also be found there. And then they'll know who came in support of this bill and in opposition to this bill. So these are just examples of what a bill analysis might look like. We have two here from the Assembly Education Committee and then the Assembly Appropriations Committee. As you can see, I just highlighted here, the fiscal impacts from the Appropriations Committee when they were looking at this bill were deemed to be negligent. So that's how it ended up on the consent calendar. Again, a lot of helpful information in these bill analyses. And then just to conclude this presentation, I wanted to leave you with a few additional resources that might be helpful. So there are legislative calendars that tell you for each legislative session what the deadlines are. There's also what we call the daily file. So this is where you would find which bills are being heard by which committees on which days. And there's a lot of information in the daily file as well that you can look up for each of the members. And then lastly, the Citizen's Guide to Participation. If you're interested in engaging in the legislative process, whether as a commission member or just as a citizen, this guide gives you information and insights into when it might be helpful to reach out to an author's office or when it might be helpful to weigh in for public testimony and so forth. And so for that concludes my presentation, but happy to use any of the remaining time to answer any questions commissioners may have.
Ms. Lee, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you so much. That was a detailed presentation. And Ms. Lee, we have our Legislative and Policy Committee co-chairs. I know they have been listening to this presentation, and you actually highlighted something that I wanted us to look at. Can you please go back to the slide that shows the link to the bill search? What is the name of the website again?
Legislature.
Can we go back to that slide? Because that's going to be essential for our co-chairs for the...
Yes, I will. This one.
Yes.
So this link right here, yes.
That's right. So co-chairs Notch and Tostin, do you have any questions for Ms. Lee while she's here regarding your process for monitoring bills?
Thank you, Chair Hayes-White. I don't have any questions because your presentation was so incredibly informative and comprehensive. I was going to ask a question about all the different ways that we could find the information that we need to do our best work on this committee. But you were 10 steps ahead of me. So just sincere gratitude for everything that you presented. I took copious notes and I'm really looking forward to doing a deep dive with my co-chair, Commissioner Tostin.
Thank you, and I hope it wasn't too overwhelming.
No, and I just wanted to echo Commissioner Notch's comments and just express my appreciation for the one chart with all of the graphics. While a lot, definitely understandable and really is a great companion to how a bill comes, a law cartoon that I'll be rewatching as we jump into the work this year.
Thank you.
All right, now I will open up the floor for any other commissioners who may have any questions or comments about the legislative process. I see a hand, Victoria Graff.
Yes, again, I also want to reiterate my thanks for the presentation. It was very, very helpful, especially this last slide in terms of the committee hearing notices, because I do track various bills, but I've never been able to understand how to be able to provide public comment or to be able to see what kinds of comments are being presented at the various committee hearings. So this daily file, I think, will be incredibly helpful. That will just add to our ability to be able to have input to the legislative process. So any other suggestions you have in terms of stakeholders being able to give comments to the proposed bills?
Thank you. So I would definitely look at the daily file to understand when a bill will actually be heard in committee. And then oftentimes, there is a link on both the Senate and Assembly websites that you can look at the live stream. So currently, every committee hearing does get broadcasted, and most of them I think are available online for you to view when it's actually happening. Nowadays with COVID, they actually will allow public comment through the phone. And so similar to how Heather Calamise read out the public comment number, a senator or an assembly member typically will also read out the public comment number. And that's what you call in and you get in the queue for public comment. In terms of reviewing past public comment that has been shared on the Senate and Assembly websites, you can also go into the media archive too. And you can look up the specific committee where a bill was heard, and you can review the video of what happened during the committee hearing. And so that gives you a good context for, you can capture the bill's presentation, who it is that weighed in during that public comment period, where the legislators stood as of the point of that hearing. And so it's a really nice way to capture that information. And we have it all available on the Senate and the Assembly websites too.
Thank you very much. That's incredibly helpful. Very, very helpful. Thank you.
I'm happy to send over the links too for those specific the media archives and the live stream as well.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you very much. Anything to ease that process would be appreciated.
It's a tough job.
All right. I don't know whose hand was up first. Is it Commissioner Lopez or Snipes?
Commissioner Snipes' hand was up first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy, so much for this presentation. I have a pretty specific question. So when we were talking about when it goes to the governor, he can either sign approval, veto, or sign or approve without signing. And my question is around when it would be approved without signing, like what the case would be, and if that's any different than approval with a signature.
So typically, I don't know how often this happens. I think on the federal level, we're used to hearing about pocket vetoes, which is actually the opposite, where if the president doesn't act, that bill by default then becomes vetoed. We have the opposite system here in California, where the governor has 12 days. So it's 12 days where if he doesn't act, by default, it gets approved and passed into law. Practically, I don't think I track enough legislation to know how often this happens. My guess is that it doesn't happen all that often. I imagine sometimes it's because of the political circumstances of signing and essentially signaling support for a bill, but knowing that it maybe ought to become law. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. I apologize.
No, no worries at all. Thank you so much for clarifying as much as you can.
Commissioner Lopez.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm pretty knowledgeable in this process, and it just kind of reminded me, since I haven't really been involved in the legislative part in the past years, but being part of the State Council on Developmental Disabilities for 6 years, I sat on as the chair for the Legislative and Public Policy Committee. And I can say to my fellow commissioners, there is nothing better than and empowering than being at the Capitol and being in a room and voicing your opinion, whether it's as your personal view or representing an organization. And you kind of learn along the way. This is a lot of information. And if I was looking at it for the first time and reviewing it several times, I believe that it would still be overwhelming until you're just dive in. And we have a bill, for instance, self-determination, which was a bill by a group of parents and some smaller stakeholders that I was with, and the council supported it. Regional centers were not extremely supportive, and they're huge. And we got this bill passed. I like to brag and say I have my own bill signed by the governor, but it just took really meeting the people that are at the Capitol, learning the process, and talking to other stakeholders and seeing if they support it or if they oppose it and why. And I think the thing that I learned the most is that with all the bills, Ms. Lee, that you mentioned, there's so much information to these legislators that they can possibly know the details of everything, no matter how prepared we are. So the best thing that we did was do a little summary page, because you sometimes only have 3 minutes with them or their staff, and that's the key. And then, of course, personal, relationships. Those relationships are imperative to getting your foot in the door. And I just think it's just the energy in there and the passion of what we're doing in front of those legislators and doing all of this is energizing, and everybody should do it at least once and get up and speak in there, because you just feel like, I don't know, I felt like I was in the homecoming court or something, I went home and told my husband, I felt like I was prom queen. I was never prom queen, but because we prevailed on all the work we did. So you just inspired me all over again. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for sharing your perspective as someone who's been on the advocacy side of the bill. I definitely appreciate that perspective on the policy process.
Commissioners, are there any further questions or comments for Ms. Lee at this moment?
Could we please put up the slide for public comment? And while we're giving the public a chance, I've been asked to remind the commissioners that if you choose to comment on any legislation, please remember that you do so as an individual and not on behalf of ACSE. ACSE can take a position on bills at commission meetings, and to do so, the chair would express that view on behalf of the commission with the support of CDE. So it's just something to keep in mind. And with that, Director Calamise, do we have any public comment?
We have no public comment at this time.
Thank you.
All right. Can I request that the commission have a copy of the past 2 presentations?
They have just been sent.
All right. It looks like we are ahead of schedule. CDE and commissioners, would you like to take a small bathroom break in order for us to have our special guest? And then that would allow us to have some room for our special guests to interact more with us. What do you think about that? All right. Am I hearing a yay or a nay?
Yay. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't we come back here at 11:43, so we can have a countdown for 11:45 and have our special guest come on. All right, let's do that. We are going to take a break right now at 11:17, and we will come back here at 11:43 for our 11:45 countdown. Thank you.
Welcome back, commissioners. I hope you enjoyed your short break. We will now have our special guest. Our very own State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, is here to encourage good work, to continue across the state for all students, and to help us kick off the 2022-23 school year on a positive note. Superintendent Thurmond, are you here?
Good morning, I am. How are you? Is that Dr.
We're
White?
Good. Yes.
Hi, Dr. White. Good morning.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine. I'm hoping that you and the commissioners are all doing well also.
We are. Thank you so much for being here today.
Of course, of course. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person as planned. I had to come to another meeting in LA, but I'm glad to have a chance to talk with you all and hear from you all, and for some of you, meet you all for the first time.
Well, good. Can we go around the virtual dais and have commissioners say their names so you know the name to the face?
Please, thank you.
All right, let's start with Vice Chair Adler.
Good morning, Superintendent Thurmond. Nice to see you. I'm Stacy Adler, Mono County Superintendent of Schools.
Hi, Superintendent. How are you?
Well, thank you. Nice to see you.
You too.
All right, next, let's have Commissioner Estes.
Hi, Superintendent. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm Elizabeth Estes.
Great to see you too, Commissioner Estes. Thanks for all your great work in special education and mental health.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Graff.
Good morning, Superintendent. Yes, it's a pleasure to have you join us. I'm Professor Emerita at Loyola Marymount University. I believe you've spoken there to our Board of Visitors. And so it's wonderful to see you. I'm also the past president of the California Association of Professors of Special Education. So welcome.
Thank you, Professor.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Good morning, Superintendent. I am Dawn Hamilton, and I am the mother of a student with significant disabilities who attends a full inclusion school, Chime Charter, in the West Valley of Los Angeles, and is thriving and has a wonderful school experience. And I'm very passionate about inclusion and helping more students achieve that kind of inclusion in their daily schooling. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your advocacy and for your leadership.
Commissioner Lopez.
Good morning, Superintendent Thurmond. I'm Dr. April Lopez, past chair of the State Council on Developmental Disabilities and mother of a 19-year-old daughter with Down syndrome and autism. And I look forward to full inclusion in our school districts and getting our kiddos diplomas in California. And our paths have crossed, so I appreciate you being here today, and very nice to see you.
Thank you, Dr. Lopez. I was going to talk a little bit about the diploma pathway that's been created for students with alternate assessments, and you probably can speak to it better than I can. And as a retired social worker and administrator from 2 different regional centers in our state, I want to thank you as well for your work and your advocacy.
All right, next, Commissioner Notch.
Good morning, Superintendent. I'm Sarah Notch. Professionally, I'm the Executive Director at the San Mateo, or for Special Education at the San Mateo County Office of Education. But personally, I'm also the parent of a child with a disability who is, as Commissioner Hamilton put it so well, thriving in an inclusive placement. And I'm also a very passionate advocate for expanding inclusive practices across the state. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Notch.
Commissioner Snipes.
Hello, good morning. I'm Heather Snipes. I am a member of the Small But Mighty Supporting Inclusive Practices Project. I'm out of El Dorado County, but I'm physically located in Humboldt County, and I am a strong advocate for high quality early childhood education, especially when we're looking at inclusive practices starting from the very beginning.
Thank you, Commissioner Snipes.
Commissioner Sorter.
Good morning. It's nice to meet you. I'm Barbara Sorter, a Special Ed Administrator with Riverside County Office of Education, and I support transition services and supporting inclusive workforce and supporting the students in their post-secondary outcomes.
Thank you, Dr. Sorter. And on behalf of our school, the Riverside School for the Deaf and the Mighty Cubs, we say thank you for your work. And I end up working out of that office a few times a month and look forward to the work with you. Thank you, Dr. Sorter.
Thank you.
Commissioner Topalian.
Good morning, Superintendent. I'm Janine Topalian. Nice to see you again. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your advocacy for students with disabilities and as well as mental health in schools. We appreciate it a lot. And I'm a specialist in psychological services for LAUSD and the past president for California Association of School Psychologists. So thank you for being here. We appreciate all your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Topalian, and thank you for your work on our ad hoc committee that's focused on counseling supports. And I want to thank you for helping us get to a place where we have now secured the funding to help us recruit 10,000 counselors of all trainings and backgrounds who can work in our schools. And hopefully we'll get some more school psychologists among them.
And Commissioner Tostin.
Good morning, Superintendent Thurmond. I'm David Tostin, currently a Senior Advisor with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. I'm a longtime commissioner and always appreciate the opportunity to interact with you and hear from you and learn how we can support our shared priorities for our students.
Thank you, Mr. Tostin, and please continue to extend our appreciation to everyone at CCEE for the great work and partnership. Thank you.
Okay.
And Superintendent Thurmond, I am Dr. Hayes White, Chair of the Special Ed Commission, and I taught 15 years in a moderate to severe special day class for urban schools in Los Angeles. Currently, I am a professor, and I train, mentor, and prepare teachers who are pursuing their California teaching credentials and master's degrees. And we are excited to have you here, and thank you so much for all you do. I'll pass the mic back to you.
Thank you, Dr. White. Certainly no introduction needed. I want to thank you for your incredible leadership and stewardship of this important commission, and thank the Vice Chair, Superintendent Adler, for making sure that I'm always able to connect. She makes sure I can't go anywhere in the state without thinking about this commission, and it's appreciated. I appreciate all of you, commissioners. Thank you for your service. It couldn't come at a more important time for our students in our state. I think we always want to do the best for all students of all backgrounds and students with disabilities. And I think we all know that families and students have experienced extreme hardship during the pandemic. I don't have to tell you, you all are experts and advocates and family members and loved ones of students who during the pandemic couldn't get access to needed services and supports. And I just want to thank you for what you do as we try to move forward to help all 6 million of our students get a quality education and get the supports that they need. I also want to acknowledge our staff who are deeply committed to this commission and to the work of providing quality education for all of our students. Heather Calamese, our division director, who was with you and staffing you here so capably and well. Thank you, Heather. Our branch deputy, Sarah Neville Morgan, who continues to champion the work and look at inclusive practices, especially as we roll out more programs around universal preschool for our California students. All the staff at the division and in the branch and at the Department of Education. I won't get into all the details because I know that you've had a budget briefing and a legislative briefing. I always think that's the fun work because it's a way to get resources to schools and to communities, especially communities that have been under-resourced. But it's not lost on me that our state has invested over the last 3 years, $3 billion in various supports and services to support special education and students with disabilities. I'm appreciative of this last year's budget cycle, $500 million to change the special education funding formula. As a former school board member, as someone who served as a one-on-one aide many, many years ago, I'm afraid to tell you how many years ago that was. Dr. Graff is laughing, but it's true. As someone who worked in schools for 10 years and as a school board member where the resources weren't there to support special education programs, I'm appreciative of the $500 million for the funding formula, the pathway to diploma, and the changes to our LCAP to say that planning should happen in our schools for students with disabilities and for students in general education in a way that is inclusive and cohesive and thoughtful because all of our students can be successful with the right supports. And so I'm grateful for what you do. I know there are many challenges ahead as we try to, as a state, come out of what has been, I think, the most challenging 2 years of our lifetime. I do believe that we can build an education system that's better than what we had before. And we have to have hard conversations about how we get better. We have to listen to parents and families. We have to support all of our great special education teachers. I hear from so many of them and they feel burned out. They feel like they can't continue. They feel like they're attacked and blamed. And, this, to me, none of this should be about who gets the blame. This should be about a community coming together to say, how can we best meet the needs of all of our students? And then be honest about it and be honest about what we invest in California, because they always told me that you show your value by what you put in your budgets. And for all the years that we've allowed California schools to be 40th in the nation or even 30th in the nation, we know that the students who've experienced the most disproportionate impacts are students with disabilities and served by special education. And so we're doing better, but we must do better. If we find ways to resolve disputes so that the focus is on the student and that we can say yes to the services that students need, not, go look to some other system. As someone who worked at the regional center for a few years, it's just, we don't want to just push people back and forth between systems. We want to find the best way to serve young people. Then we've got to do something about our recruitment challenges. And I think we've struggled in recruitment for many years, even before the pandemic, to have teachers and psychologists and specialists to meet the needs of our students. I think you all know those needs have been exacerbated by the pandemic. And it's while we're doing what we can, while we don't have a single recruiter at the Department of Education, we're working with many groups like the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. We're working with some of the groups that do focus on recruitment to make sure that we can help to recruit more candidates statewide to support our schools. We've got some great resources available for that. For anyone who wants to be a teacher, we have grants of up to $20,000 to help someone get their credential. And we always prioritize areas that have been harder to fill and harder to recruit, like special education or computer science and other subjects. Again, as I was mentioning, we sponsored a bill, SB 1229, with Senator McGuire to help expand the number of mental health clinicians who are available. And while that bill is still being discussed in the Senate, we worked with the governor and the legislator to have that bill folded into the state budget that was just passed, and it expanded the eligibility of those $20,000 scholarships so that now they're available to someone who wants to become a clinician and is willing to commit at least 2 years working in schools. And so we have incredible resources for recruitment. We have incredible resources for professional development at every level to support our education workforce and those who support our students. And so while we have tough challenges ahead, I feel like there's so much that we can still do, and we need your input, we need your advice, and we need your guidance. I mean, we're implementing universal preschool, universal meals for every hungry student. I'm grateful for our community schools initiative that will have all kinds of wraparound supports to address social needs, health and mental health needs, or whatever they might be for our students. And of course, we're thinking always about how do we help our students to accelerate their learning and to overcome the impacts of learning loss. We were able to get $6 billion to make sure that students have broadband all over the state. But we know that many of our students are a grade behind or 2 grades behind, or in other ways have suffered. And so we have tutoring programs and we have resources for expanded learning before school, during school, after school. We're working on our literacy efforts. And as part of that, we want to make sure that we recognize students who have learning needs and disabilities and to assess anything that becomes a barrier to learning in our students. We don't always have all the resources that we need, but we're getting there. We worked hard with our governor in this last legislative year on a new proposal that's been funded, $250 million for more literacy coaches and specialists to work with our teachers. And why do I always bring that up? Because new teachers certainly need to learn how to identify different needs of students. If a student is struggling, if there needs to be, screening for dyslexia or other, needs. And so we are literally piecing it all together. And I believe that we will find a way to build a better education system moving forward. And you are an important part of it. So we welcome your thoughts, your leadership, your feedback. When you see places where we can get better, please share that with me and our team, but also help us build the system that every student deserves so that we keep the promise of education. We keep the promise of IDEA, but that the promise should be that every single student gets a chance at a great education and a chance to live a great life. I'm your partner and your servant in this work, and I look forward to the work that we can do together. Thanks so much for some time today.
All right, commissioners, I'm going to open up the floor for you to make your comments and a couple of questions for Superintendent Thurmond. Any hands raised at this time? I see not one hand raised, guys. All right. All right, there they go.
Dr. Graff's not going to let me off the hook. I'm sure this question or a comment.
No, welcome, and I appreciate your comments. But I'm sure you're aware that in terms of the percentage of students being served in general ed classrooms, California is way behind nationally. Our what is the goalpost, if you will, in terms of serving students. And you heard the passion of several of the commissioners about inclusive, education. And so one is a question in terms of why you think we aren't further ahead in terms of inclusive education. And then also, I'm probably the longest serving educator on this commission. So I remember back in the 1980s, when Shirley Thornton was associate superintendent at the time, and she initiated bilingual special education model sites up and down the state of California in urban settings, in rural settings, and we conducted research on the effectiveness of these bilingual special education model sites. And I would like to propose that we also have model sites for inclusive schools, both traditional public schools, charter schools, rural schools, urban schools, and so forth. And I know in SB 1113, that initiative was included in the original language, but it was taken out during the committee process. But I wanted to get your thoughts about how we as a state can move inclusion forward and what steps either the department can take or the advisory commission can take to move that forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Graff. I'm going to also invite Heather to have a few thoughts about your question about where California lies in relation to other states, because I think Heather has a good global viewpoint. Having worked in another state and now in this state, I want to invite Heather to share some remarks. Perhaps we can visit some of those schools that have the bilingual special education programs and learn from them, and then work now to see what we might get into next year's budget to support those kind of pilots and demonstrations that you talked about, Dr. Graff. This year, we sponsored a bill that while it wasn't both special education and bilingual education, it was focused on dual language immersion programs. The bill got stuck in the Appropriations Committee, but we're committed to coming back to the subject. But I would be very interested in visiting a school or schools that have bilingual special education programs. I just think that that's a remarkable opportunity. As you asked the question about why we are where we are, the first thought that came to mind was my own experience serving as a school board member. And as I became a school board member in our community of what was at the time 40 or so schools, the district made a decision to close down the one remaining school that was a specialized school for special education students and students with disabilities. And I can tell you that brought a lot of question and outrage and heartbreak from the community. And the message that we often would say is we're working towards full inclusion. And we think that we can find better ways to serve students. And I believe that. But I think that there was a tension that is always there. And I just wonder if that tension sometimes adds to whatever delay has occurred in California in getting closer to full inclusion across the state. That's the personal observation, the only personal observation that I can point to. But I remember the angst when we closed that school with the intentions of moving towards full inclusion in that district. But I'll turn to Director Calamise if the director has some other thoughts, and if you have any follow-up on that, Commissioner Graff, I'd be happy to hear from you.
Sure. Thank you, Superintendent. I think just to piggyback off of what you said, I think past presentations that we've had at ACSE in terms of our performance on our state performance plan and our annual performance report shows that California, while improving in some areas, continues to sort of lag behind our like-sized states across the country. And certainly this is an area of focus for us, not only in those key indicators, but also working to change sort of the hearts and minds and the sort of logistics behind building out more inclusive programs. There are a number of significant investments throughout the budget, both this year and last year, to really expand inclusive efforts as well. And we look forward to working with our educational partners across the state and our school communities to continue to elevate the conversation, as it's been a conversation topic for many, many, many years for many of us. And so I know that the state of California, our educational partners, are committed to ensuring, again, that we have inclusive environments available for all of our students, and particularly if you're looking at the budget for this year in our sort of pre-K environment. And so, again, just a tremendous opportunity, again, to sort of bring the special education system that has sat separate for many years from a general education system closer together so that we are serving all students and serving all students well.
All right, I see a hand for Commissioner Snipes.
I just wanted to express my gratitude as an early childhood person for the dedication that has been provided to early childhood in the budget and just in the overall efforts across the state, especially in inclusive practices. So I just wanted to thank you and thank everyone who has been working hard to make that a highlight. I think that what we're seeing is that we're going to have some really strong partnerships with community programs and with our public school programs. And that's really just going to start us off on the right trajectory from early childhood and into their education and through employment. So I just really want to express gratitude for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Snipes. Thank you for your leadership and continuing to uphold the value of inclusive practices, and more to come. Thank you.
Commissioner Costin?
Again, Superintendent Thurmond, I just want to express our appreciation and personally my appreciation for the priorities that have been, very clear from the administration since the start of your tenure in terms of focusing on special ed and some of the critical needs. And your comments this morning come at the perfect time as Chair Hayes White has challenged us all as commissioners to be engaged and to reaffirm and reestablish our partnerships with state agencies and other bodies throughout the state. And so we wanted to express our commitment to support the work of your office as you're looking at different bills going into the next cycle. And if there's any support that we can offer in terms of advice or perspective, we wanted to again restate our readiness to do that, but also alert your team that we'll be reaching out because we want to definitely be in support of the direction the administration is headed and focusing on our students with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tostin. I always think that everything is a good bill idea, but the truth of the matter is you don't always have to have a bill to make some things better. And I have found that in some cases, if we as a system get better at just listening to parents and families, we can smooth out so many challenges that exist. But everyone's so stressed and everyone's just running and trying to, get their arms around so many different things. Sometimes I think we as a system, we run right past each other. But we are always up for taking up legislative advocacy to meet the needs of our students and families. I just don't think we can expect people to do more with less. I don't think that we can say, hey, we're going to give you this unfounded mandate and expect it to get achieved. We've seen this, that it doesn't happen. And so, yes, please, if you just give us the idea, we'll just stamp bill language on it. And we'll Dr. Sorter, I tell everybody can write a bill. You just have to have an idea. And if you just tell us what the idea is, we can work with folks to get the language in the right place for to be in a bill. We have a great team. We have a great government affairs team that helps us with that. And we have plenty of folks, in both houses who can package the language. They tell us if this bill has been tried before or not. But if there's a need and there's an idea, we like the idea, Commissioner Tostin, of how to advocate for it. And I think it's special when you can make a change. And, watching all the conversations over the last several years about how we even handle just mediation and arbitration when there's a dispute, that there's so much more focus on alternative dispute resolution. So we don't have to walk away feeling afraid. A lot of that has come through the legislative process and through the budget. So yes, we will be open. Now's a good time to be thinking about ideas. People think, well, the session's about to be over at the end of this month, but I know that Dr. White knows that if we get our ideas together now and we start cooking, she's always in my ear with great ideas too. If we start cooking now, we'll have something ready to introduce in January for the next session. And if we can do it without a bill, we can take care of that right here and now, start working on those kinds of things. So thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioners, are there any last comments at this time before I move to the next item? Hearing none.
Dr. White, could I hear from Commissioner Hamilton? I think there was another hand.
Oh, your hand. Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't think you're seeing me. I just had a quick comment regarding what you said about inclusion and there being, some families and parents who are really scared of inclusion and what that means for their families and losing the special education centers. And there seems to be a very coordinated, strong effort around that and against inclusion and the fear of what that brings. But there also is a really strong, effort around more opportunities for inclusion and more LEAs that offer inclusion. And my daughter attends a school called Chime, who's actually been doing inclusion. It was founded on inclusion principles and is full inclusion 100% of the day. And is a great model school that's been doing it for decades. And so I've invited Director Calamise to come visit and see our program, and I would like to extend the offer to you as well, Superintendent.
I accept. I'm actually not far from the San Fernando Valley. Yeah. And it's interesting that you mentioned the full inclusion programs in this way. I believe it was last year, I got to speak at a graduation at a full inclusion program, also in Los Angeles area. And at the graduation, I met so many people who were so supportive of each other, students and families supporting each other. And I just saw the results. I saw the results. I know that change is hard for many, and it can be scary, but I saw the results of students who were being served in a much better way in a full inclusion program. And they were part of the broader community. And I saw just big smiles of happiness from one of the graduation speakers who made it clear that they felt deeply connected to the community. And I accept your invitation, and we'll work on the scheduling of when it's appropriate to come and makes sense to come. Because to me, seeing is believing. And those are the stories that we need to lift up. Your daughter's experience and the other students at Chime and other places. So thank you for that. And you can count on it. We'll get it done.
Commissioner Graff?
Yeah, I just wanted to second what Commissioner Hamilton was saying. And yes, Superintendent Thurmond, I'm affiliated with Wish Charter School, which is where you gave the address, and that's the sister school to Chime.
Oh.
And so yes, both Wish and Chime are wonderful examples, but we also need our traditional public schools. So, but thank you for having attended that graduation. It was quite a powerful experience, I know. So thank you.
It was powerful for me as well. And thank you for connecting the dots. When you said Chime, I did think about the school, but it's good to know. It's good to know that they're connected schools, and look forward to more visits to more schools.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, are there any further comments at this time? Let me know if I don't see your hand. Hearing none?
Am I excused to go back to class? Madam Chair, thank you so much for your leadership and for having me here today. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Thurmond, for always coming and introducing the new school years for 2 years in a row.
Thank you. We'll see you again soon. Take care. Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye. All right, everyone.
Do we need to give an opportunity for public comment?
I was thinking the same thing. Why don't we go ahead and ask Director Calamise to put up the slide.
We have no public comment.
All right. So we are right on time. Let's move into item number 3, annual commissioner orientation. Commissioners, today we have planned a mini orientation for you. First, we will hear from Sarah Bancroft from CDE within the legal department. Sarah will give us an overview of the provisions of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Then we will hear from editor of our annual report, Mary Grady, who has served in this role for over 20 years. Mary will share the historical context of ACSE's mission, vision, legislative platform, and our disability equity guidelines. And Mary will also give us an update on our 21-22 annual report. Is Sarah Bancroft here?
I am.
All right, I will pass the mic to you. Thank you for being here.
No problem. All right, let's see if I can share my screen so that you all could go through the PowerPoint with me. It worked. I love it when that happens. My name is Sarah Bancroft. I am an attorney working at CDE. I have been here for almost 3 years exactly. And prior to that, I was working in private practice doing special education and labor employment for schools, both charter schools and traditional schools for 15 years. So with that, I am going to go ahead and start our Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act training. For many of you who work in the school system, you're probably familiar with the Brown Act. Bagley-Keene and Brown Act are very similar, so you might recognize some of the things that we go through today. Okay, so first is the purpose of the Act. Transparency in decision-making is the whole reason we have this Act and the Brown Act. It basically invites the public to have a seat at the table. And so it's a very important part of our governmental system. And so that is why you're getting this training now, and you'll have opportunities to have trainings again and ask some questions. Then the second purpose of the Act is public participation in government, outweighing efficiency. So one of the things that people often ask is, why do we have to do everything so procedurally? And the thing is that our government determined that it is more important that the public have access to us and the way that we make decisions, rather than having a fast and efficient manner of working as a governmental agency. So an example of that is sometimes we have very strict requirements on how we can communicate, and we'll go over that a little bit later. But that often ends up taking more time, but that's okay because our goal is being met, which is transparency. And then finally, communications or discussions by a majority of members without public participation violates the Act. So this is what I was referring to before, communications with other people in your body, with the majority of the people talking about things that you are working on as a public entity would violate the Act. And so we're going to go over that today to make sure that you feel comfortable knowing when and when you cannot talk to other members of your group. All right. So this is just a little history and the background of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. It was enacted back in 1967, and it is found in the governmental code sections 11120 through 11132, and it sets forth the open meeting requirements for all state bodies. It is modeled after the Ralph M. Brown Act, which was enacted back in 1953. The legislative intent of the Act is that actions of state agencies may be taken openly and that their deliberation only be conducted openly. We have some changes to how we're interpreting the Bagley-Keene Act right now in response to COVID. Although a lot of the COVID measures are just being adopted now, since it's not necessarily COVID driven, rather we've come into a new modern age of holding meetings via telephone and Zoom. So initially the governor had signed executive orders, which made it easier to hold open meetings by teleconference. Because in the past, some of you may remember that we had to post on the agenda where each member of the body was going to be calling in from, and some various other things that we'll go over a little bit later. Those were all put on hold because we weren't able to meet together because of COVID. Now, SB 189, Section 20, which was enacted back in June 30th, 2022, extends this another year. And so we are still permitted to hold remote meetings with different rules through June 30th of 2023. Okay, so the bodies covered. All multi-member bodies are covered by this Act, and determining whether a body is covered by the Act involves a two-part test. And you'll find that in Government Code 11121A, 2 or more people, or created by statute or required by law to conduct official meetings. Advisory boards like this, created by legislature, or 3 or more members created by a formal action of another body, or delegated bodies, commissions, by governors, bodies by membership. These are all covered by this act. We won't go into great detail about it because if you have a question as to whether or not the Bagley-Keene Act is applicable to your body or your subgroup or subcommittee, you can always contact legal at CDE and we can help you with that. Okay, and so the definition of a meeting, this is where it starts to get a little bit tricky. When the majority of members meet or otherwise communicate to hear, discuss, or deliberate on any item that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the state body. And this is in Government Code 11122.5. And so really, we would want to know the questions that we would always want to ask ourselves if you're in a subcommittee or in a committee like this is how many members does this advisory commission have? And then what would the quorum be? And for those of you who are not familiar with quorum just means the majority of membership. So, so we want to be sure that if you're communicating with the majority of your members, then the Bagley-Keene Act applies. I just want to caution you that a subcommittee of 3 or more members may constitute a state body, making the act fully applicable to that subcommittee. And a majority of a subcommittee is much smaller in number. So if you have assigned a subcommittee to do some research or development, and you are communicating with those members of the body, the subcommittee, then Bagley-Keene would be in effect. So do keep that in mind if you're working in a subcommittee. So meetings are not limited to just actions or voting. The key words here are really hear, discuss, and deliberate. An example would be a study session or even a pre-meeting briefing to discuss things under the jurisdiction of your group. So in that case, you would be wanting to be clear that you don't have 3 or more, or that you're not going to be in a quorum, because that could mean that you're having a meeting. Conversations on an issue with this committee's jurisdiction. So conversations would be just about anything having to do with things under the jurisdiction of this committee, so special education matters that are before the special education department, and things that you would otherwise be discussing as a whole body or a whole unit here today or any other day that you're meeting. And then any aspect of the deliberative process. So that is, like as you're discussing, if you're discussing it with other people in a subcommittee, what you want to do or what you want to propose as a body, that could still be covered under Bagley-Keene as a meeting. So we want to make sure that we're keeping everything that relates to business of this committee in the board context, your meeting context. So serial meetings are prohibited, and serial meetings are the things that usually give people the most confusion, which is a series of communications, each of which involves less than a majority of members, but which taken as a whole involves the majority of the members, the body's members. The main idea is that the state body's members cannot get around what must be done through a public meeting context and have a series of off-the-record communications. And remember that this can include emails, phone calls, text messages, all that, any form of communication. So I can give you some examples of this because this is really something that people understand better through examples. So we have our image here of a wheel with spokes. And so this relates to a series of communications with one person and members of the state body that may result in a serial meeting. So if you have a central person of contact, but you're still talking with that central person of contact about your committee's business, and then that person talks to somebody else within the committee and discusses the same business, and they just each keep coming back to the central figure, that's still considered a serial meeting, even if you're not individually meeting with each other. Also, a chain of communications may result in a serial meeting. And so this is a chain of communications also can be just one to the next, to the next, to the next person. For example, member A would go to member B, who then communicates with member C, and that would constitute a serial meeting in the case of a 5-person body, because then you have the majority of your members, or 3 people. And similarly, when a person, going back to the hub and wheel situation, when they communicate individually with various members, a serial meeting has occurred. And just as a note, serial meetings can occur with intermediaries for a board. For example, when a representative of member A meets with a representative of members B and C to discuss an agenda item, and the members have 5 members in their body, they've conducted a serial meeting through their representatives acting as intermediaries. So you can't just get somebody within your staff to go communicate what you would otherwise be directly communicating with that person.
Ms. Bancroft?
Yes.
I see a hand up for Commissioner, and maybe she wants to catch her question right now in the moment. Commissioner Sauter?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I didn't know if I should wait, but it was right there. So as we talk about our educational partners, and if we're sharing resources, like hypothetically, like you gave the, Commissioner A, Commissioner B, we are providing like a legislative resources or something to one of the committees. That's okay, right? Because it's like a one-way communication.
Yes, one-way communications are generally okay, as long as you're not then passing it to the next person in the same body and passing it to the next person with the purpose of discussing it. And so that goes back to our 3 things that I mentioned: hearing, discussing, deliberating. Those are really what we're looking for. And so if you're just sharing information, documentation, and things of the like, that would be okay. And then you would come back as a whole unit, your body would come back together, and then you can discuss and deliberate those items that you've seen.
Thank you.
Or shared. Is there any other questions at this point? We'll have a question and answer at the end too. So anyway, getting back to the slides, practical advice for avoiding serial meetings. When you receive informational memos, agenda items, do not communicate among yourselves about the information or item outside of a properly noticed meeting. And on emails, just never hit reply all, because the reply all button usually is what gets people in trouble in terms of emails. You may not have meant it, but you may end up inadvertently violating the act that way. So the special rules for telephonic meetings of advisory commissions. This is what I was talking about before, where the original Bagley-Keene has a lot of restrictions on what you can say and how you can say it in a telephonic context. Particularly when it comes to agendizing it, because again, the whole purpose of the act is to have an open meeting. And so previously, bodies such as this would have to post on their agenda where the person's location is when they're joining the meeting. And that could be somebody's personal address. And often was the case in the past where every person's location is listed there. And so then you're giving away your own personal information. And that could result in people showing up to your house and protesting or doing other things that might be uncomfortable for the commissioner. So one of the things that we have changed currently is that there is no requirement that each teleconference location be accessible to the public. So you no longer have to post everybody's address. There is no requirement that at least one member of the state body be physically present at the location specified in the meeting notice. In the past, you did actually have to have one person physically there. Now you don't. The public meeting must be given notice on how it may observe the meeting and offer public comment. So basically, to accommodate the Zoom format or any kind of online format, you basically have to publish and give people notice of how they can watch it, how they can participate, how they can make public comment. But other than that, a lot of our rules have eased up in terms of telephonic meetings. And just for your information, Zoom meetings are considered to be a form of telephonic meeting. I think in the new in SB 189, Section 20, they do refer to it now as electronic communications rather than telephonic meetings, but it means the same thing. And notice of meetings. So the notice of meeting, this is very important because this gives you the first part of due process for transparency and availability and access to your commission for the public. So the notice of the meeting has to be at least 10 days before. That gives people adequate time to make sure that if they really want to participate, that they have the ability to clear their calendar to do so. The notice must include a date, time, and location of the meeting. And so even though we have a little bit laxer rules in terms of the telephonic or electronic meeting format, you still have to notify people again of how to participate, date and time, of course, and if you're meeting online, then how they access that online Zoom meeting. Notice must include the name and contact information of any person who can provide further information before the meeting. So that could include people who work within somebody's office, if you're working in the Department of Education, or other contact people. This could include if somebody has access issues, if they need a translation or ADA access, you need to have a name and contact of somebody who can provide information on how they can access the meeting in light of their unique circumstance. The notice shall include a specific agenda containing a brief description of the items of business, which generally need not exceed 20 words. And so this one, these are all covered in 11125, and they're all listed very clearly there. So, so if you ever wonder what the notice requirements are, or if you're not sure, you can go back to that section of the government code or contact legal. But yeah, the agenda is really just meant to give the public notice of what you're going to be talking about. And agenda items. You cannot deliberate on an item that is not on the agenda. That is very important because, of course, the whole process is about making your process available to the public. And so if you're talking about something that wasn't on the agenda, then somebody may have decided not to come to the meeting or not to join the meeting because they didn't know you're going to be talking about that issue. So you cannot deliberate on an item not on the agenda. You must allow for public comment on each agenda item. You can submit the amount of time for each, you can limit the amount of time for each speaker. So oftentimes when we discuss things, they're of a lot of interest to the public and they may have very passionate responses, but you can limit the amount of time, usually about 3 to 5 minutes per person if they're going to be making public comment live. And you can ask but not require members of the public to sign in. Closed sessions. Now, closed sessions are only permitted in limited situations, and the main ones are pending litigation and personnel matters, and that's the personnel obviously for privacy of the people involved, and pending litigation because of your attorney-client privilege. So If you're considering doing a closed session, make sure you contact legal before you do so to make sure that it is something that you can go into closed session for. We can always help you with that. The public has important rights, and as mentioned before, there's the right to notice and the right to attend, and that's basically our due process right there. Accessibility, and accessibility could be deaf, hard of hearing, it could be blind, it could be physical disability, or it could be language access. And they can't be required to sign in if they don't want to. The right to record the meeting, the right to address the body, the right to criticize, and the right to agendas and other relevant writings prepared by or presented to the state body. And so in that regard, if you have documents that you are going to be passing around or reviewing as part of your analysis of something that is on the agenda for deliberation or discussion, the public does have the right to see those writings. And a couple of these that I wanted to point out, the right to criticize and the right to record a meeting, those are important rights for the public. And I think that there is a lot of struggle with some of these things, because if somebody holds out a cell phone right in front of you or tries to put on a tape recorder in front of you, it can seem uncomfortable or that it's not appropriate, but it actually is. They do have that right to record the meeting. Now in our Zoom days, we often record them ourselves, like we're doing with this meeting. So maybe people will become a little bit less camera shy in the coming years. But there is also a right to criticize. And so if somebody disagrees with what the committee is discussing or the ultimate decision that they have come to, they do have the right to criticize, and we should not take it personally. A violation can have serious consequences, and a violation of Bagley-Keene may result in a misdemeanor criminal prosecution. Now, I don't want to scare anybody because this almost never happens, but it is something that can happen. According to Government Code 11130.7, actions taken in violation of the law may be void. So if you take an action vote on something that is found to be a violation of the law, then the action would be voided. There are attorney's fees for bringing forward claims of this nature, and it also harms the agency's reputation if we are in violation of transparency laws. And we try very hard at CDE to make sure that that never happens. Communication among board members. So what can you do? Here, you can have purely social conversations. And so if you're in the elevator with more than half of you together and you're all riding up the elevator, you're more than welcome to discuss your children, your family, what's happening, what's new, the news, as long as it's not related to what is under the jurisdiction of this committee. And a majority of members may attend a training or other event if others are in attendance and you do not discuss the issues with within your jurisdiction. You can also go to people's weddings. You can go to social events. Just make sure that you are keeping work out of the conversation. Communicating with the public outside of the meeting. You can share the work of the committee with the public. You can indicate whether views expressed are those of the committee or those of your own. You can listen. And just remember, do not indicate how you intend to vote on a pending matter. But other than that, you can discuss things with the public directly. And that's pretty much all I have on Bagley-Keene. I have some resources attached here for your consumption if you need to. I do highly recommend the handy guide to Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. It's that last bullet there. This is available online for free, and it has everything that you need to know about Bagley-Keene. And everything that you don't understand, you can always come and ask me or email me or contact me in some way, and I'd be happy to help. And that's what I have. Any questions?
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bancroft. Can I ask CDE staff to give us access to this presentation?
Yes.
And then I'll open up the floor for commissioners for comments or questions. Let me know if there are any hands because I can't see all of them.
There are no hands up at this time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bancroft, for that detailed presentation. We will keep it on file for us to refer to at a later date.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate your time.
All right.
Can we please put up the slide for public comment?
We have no public comment.
Thank you.
All right, let's move into the second presenter for this item. Our editor, Mary Grady. Mary, are you here?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I pass the mic to you, Mary.
All right. Thank you, Chair Hayes-White, and good morning to you all. I think is it still morning out there or is it afternoon? And greetings to Executive Secretary Calamise, honorable commissioners, especially new commissioners, Graff and Snipes, and guests. Again, I'm Mary Grady with the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project at the Riverside County Office of Education and part of the California statewide system of support. Many of you know me as the editor of the Special Ed newsletter, a publication of the Special Education Division. But as Chair Hayes-White indicated, I have also served as your editor for your annual report for 22 years now. And during that time, I've attended either virtually or in person every meeting but one. Because of that history, Chair Hayes-White has asked me to offer some observations about what makes for an effective commissioner and to provide historical context for this work. But I've never served as a commissioner. So over the past couple of weeks, I've been talking with former commissioners who, by all accounts, were effective. And I asked them what advice they would give you. While their styles, backgrounds, and dispositions were all very different, by all accounts, they were very effective in this role. And first and foremost, they all operated with a full awareness and a guiding awareness of their charge as defined in the Code of Federal Regulations, which is to provide policy guidance at the state level, not at the individual student, school, district, or even county levels, but to imagine, articulate, and advise on effective state policy. This fact may help to direct your thinking about, for example, a public comment from a heartbroken parent who shares the story of his child who was expelled from school and who raises questions about fairness and behavior and race. On hearing that story, your job is to imagine the policy and the mandated state level protocols that would flow from that policy that can help to create a world where this particular problem would have no air to breathe. In effect, the problem would be addressed before it became a problem. How that happens gets to the core of your work. The people you invite, the conversations you generate, the letters you send, and the advice you give again and again and again. Because one thing I've especially admired among many of the commissioners I've worked with is their patience and persistence. The truly effective ones return over and over again to the same issues, refining, clarifying, insisting on clarification, and believing that improvement is the only direction. One of these former commissioners talked about the importance of studying as much as possible the issues on each agenda before each meeting so that you know enough to think critically, to question, and even to push back. And sometimes the best questions to the many experts who come before you involve simply saying, I don't understand. Can you please explain more? Explain why and explain how. Another former commissioner talked about how she never took her commissioner hat off. And she hopes that outside of meetings, you too will be thinking about how the lives of the children you're working with or the parents you're talking to or the teachers you're meeting could be made richer or less complicated or more satisfying by your efforts. The Commission's current priority of revitalizing its liaisons will certainly contribute to the information you need to do this work. The benefit of Advisory Commission liaisons points to another theme that consistently emerged from my conversations: the importance of building and sustaining relationships with those who are directly affected by state policy. From the County Superintendents Association to the Special Education Local Plan Area or SELPA organization, to principal and teacher groups and to parent centers. Former commissioners also talked, of course, about the importance of the relationships you develop with the people who ultimately make the policy: the Department of Education, State Board of Education, the state legislature, which points to the value of an active legislative committee, one that persistently follows special education legislation and perhaps more. Another former commissioner noted that if an education bill doesn't specifically include students with disabilities or isn't labeled special education legislation, that may be where your most important work lies. Because should it? Your predecessors counsel you to keep your lens broad and to be curious and always questioning. And then those relationships you create through your meetings, your liaison work, and your subcommittees, and through the primary work you do and that made you eligible to serve on this commission, will help to inform your decisions about what issues to focus on, whom to invite, and how to pay attention to your own healthy discontent as you seek a better world for students with disabilities. Your equity and legislative platform then serves as a guide to how you begin to parse and advise on those matters that earn your focus. To provide some historical context for that platform, as I understand it, it was in part inspired by the California Statewide Task Force on Special Education, a group of educators and private partners who joined forces in 2013 because of their collective and growing concern over the consistent poor post-school outcomes that they were seeing among students with disabilities, and this group's interest in determining what could be done to better those outcomes. After working together for 2 years, one of their conclusions was that in order to improve special education, general education needed to improve as well. And for both systems to improve, they needed to be integrated, coherent, and collaborative so that education in California is in effect driven by one system that sees and serves students with disabilities as general education students first. Many of the specific recommendations of this task force are the very goals and ideals expressed in your platform: meaningful access to the general education curriculum, universal design for learning in every classroom, a multi-tiered system of support for optimal efficiency and effectiveness, especially when it comes to reading and behavior, expanded options for inclusive settings, along with an effective teacher workforce that is trained to thrive and to help all students thrive in these settings, authentic family and community engagement in schools, and effective transition services that are mapped to employment and appropriate levels of independence. This platform is designed to serve as a guide for your work, which ultimately is about promoting equity and expanding educational opportunity and improving outcomes for students with disabilities, the first goal of the task force and the always goal of this advisory commission since it began. That platform then is a lens, a filter. It's a checklist for what to consider as you're studying issues and listening to people explain what they're doing, their programs, their proposed legislation, their initiatives, their ideas. Do these things pass your platform test? I talked earlier about questions, and this is where your annual report comes in. While it serves as a federally mandated public record of the topics and speakers you've entertained and the actions you've taken, it only finds life through the questions you ask, the answers you demand, and the equity you insist on for students with disabilities. Questions that are informed, probing, brave, and in my observation, are all in my observation what can help you deliver your best work. So to recap the advice from your predecessors, think state level policy, study, be patient, get and stay connected, be curious about what might be missing, ask the tough questions, and use your platform to guide you. As you know, you're an advisory body. and are required by federal regulations to report on your work at least annually, and that's your annual report. There are lots of leeways in how this is done. I don't know, Commissioner Hayes-White, should I stop for a minute for questions?
Sure, let's open the floor for commissioners to share their thoughts, because you have given us so much food for thought, so much rich content, and it helps us to put the whole picture into context of how we are supposed to move forward as commissioners, individual commissioners of the whole body. So I'll open up the floor for commissioners. Now let me know, I can't see y'all. Let me know who got their hand up or anything.
Commissioner Tostin?
Good afternoon, Mary. I just wanted to highlight two comments that really resonated with me based on some feedback from previous commissioners and in my own experience. The long-term nature of our work. We're all appointed for multiple years, and so a lot of topics will resurface at the commission. And so I just wanted to, affirm or, emphasize the concept of we can sometimes overestimate what we can accomplish in a one-year cycle and underestimate what we can accomplish over the course of 4 to 5 years. And so just wanted to highlight that, but then also just our working opportunities to, expand beyond special ed or be looking for other concepts and legislation that touch special ed that may need to be more inclusive. And so wanted to underscore the importance of not just limiting our view to the special ed bills and policies, because what happens in general ed definitely is impactful on our students with disabilities as well.
Commissioner Estes.
I'm married, so nice to see you. You spoke a lot about effective commissioners, and I so appreciate just interviews of people who've been commissioners and what you've seen as effective. I'm just curious, the most effective sort of actions you've seen the commission take as a whole over time, as a one commission.
The most effective actions. Boy, you put me on the spot, Elizabeth.
Or you can. I just am curious. I'm just curious. You've been seeing so much, so I just was curious.
Well, I think that the creation of the legislative platform as a guide for your work with or at the Capitol. I think that was that seemed to me a really important move, again, to dovetail the commission's efforts with those of this task force on special education, so that everyone was speaking with one voice, and there's this very consistent vision. And it just seemed as though there was this unity that prior to that I hadn't quite witnessed. I think the mental health subcommittee has done amazing work in the way that it's brought light to, your work in particular, as it's brought light to, and in effect, the metaphor of the garment. You pull one thread of education and everything else is connected. And there's really no separation of any issue. In fact, one of the metaphors I'm particularly fond of is that of special education being the canary in the coal mine. When students with disabilities are suffering, everybody's probably suffering. We just don't quite know it. So I think those are two that I can bring forward and highlight. And forgive me for probably missing a lot. This is why I write and don't speak publicly as a rule, because I freeze up. And so maybe I'm frozen now and I'm missing all the best ones. I don't know, but these seem to be two really good ones.
Yeah. Thank you very much. As a lawyer, I appreciate the writing versus the talking and prompting.
And forgive me, I wasn't sure who was in charge, but David, thank you for those comments. I appreciate that. It's always nice to know that I'm touching on the right things, because there are so many right things to touch on.
Okay, commissioners, any other comments for Mary Grady? You need to tell me.
If not, I can continue with explaining briefly the annual report and how that's developed.
Please, please. Well, you know what, Mary? I wanted you to kind of give us how we landed, or the journey for our disability equity guidelines, and give us some context about that and how we landed with the current guidelines as they are.
Well, as I mentioned, they emerged around the time of the task force recommendations. And if any of you have not read those recommendations, One System is the overarching title to it. I would encourage you to do that, because it's still a living document that people refer to and use as guidance. So it was the Advisory Commission's goal to speak in one voice in support of the vision of that document. And that's how the guidelines came to be developed. And then they're refined as the years go. Every year, a new slate of commissioners takes a look, makes sure that it's current, make sure that they reflect what those issues are that they want to focus on for a given year. And again, it in a lot of ways, it is a checklist. If you're looking at a piece of legislation, how do students with disabilities, how are they served in this proposal? And so they're your guidelines, ultimately, and your way to talk to people, and your way to filter bills, and your way to consider initiatives. And I don't know that I have a whole lot more, other than that too is a living document, and that will change over time, and that you have every right to change. It's certainly not written in stone, and in the best way, so that it accurately reflects your current interests and priorities and your vision and goals.
Well, thank you, Mary, for that. The reason why I asked you to give us that context, because I was looking at this living document, and I was wondering if, I remember when we first tried to revise the guidelines, and we were juggling with the word disability equity rubric or disability equity guidelines. And now that we are looking at legislation and bills, I'm wondering if we really should have a rubric with a number value to give us an understanding of what bills or legislation does the commission want to support, and what percentage does a bill get to render support. Now, the disability equity guidelines as they currently read doesn't allow us to, check off. What if a bill has 5 checks, or so that's where I'm getting at. So maybe the Legislation and Policy Committee, maybe we need to relook at the equity guidelines and really revise it to a rubric with a number value, so we could be able to give bills a passing score or not for support. Does that make any sense, commissioners?
Yep, just jumping in. As
I
I
open up the
understand
floor
it,
for.
Go ahead, David.
thank you. So as I understand it, it's looking at our current platform and using it as an organizing tool to help us prioritize which bills meet, say 4 out of 5 of our lenses that we're looking at for equity. That might generate, a higher priority or a response from us where there may be some bills that don't necessarily rise to a higher level of evaluation from us. So more of an organizing tool is what I'm understanding, and rubric, not necessarily a yay or nay in terms of determining our position, but to help us interpret our shared perspectives around the bill.
Tapalia?
Yes, sorry. I agree with David. I think that's more clear because I was kind of confused. Or how are we going to rate it in that sense? But could you hear me? I don't know if you could hear me. But I like the idea of, saying what you just said, David, as an organization and priority based on the, the pillars and the platform of whatever we choose. So yeah, that makes sense.
So for instance, we are going to be looking at SB 291 tomorrow, and we are going to be weighing the progress of SB 291 against our equity guidelines. How will we know as a commission that we are going to support the bill? What if a large number of the items are not passing to us? What if we put a number value that will be clearer if we support a bill?
But I'm also going to say, sorry, Commissioner Havania White. So I think there's also the fact that, how much could you get within those, getting a deeper understanding and following through. I think having the time based on tomorrow's, I think would be just jumping it instead of, instead of just going ahead and just talking about it, discussing it, maybe coming back or something else of just giving a supportive or not. I just think that coming up with something tomorrow and trying to do it that way would not be okay right off the bat.
No, I'm not. This is just a conversation. Okay. I'm not saying for tomorrow. But I'm just giving an example. Just putting it out there for food for thought.
Well, first would be, does everybody have the rubric?
Say that again?
I said everybody just having that rubric and reviewing it, and I think using it as a guideline of how we would go in the future, of how we would want it to do, and using it as collecting the data and debriefing about it and how the process worked, would be my opinion.
I like what you said. All right, well, I'll just put it out there. We'll come back to it later on. I just thought it was a nice segue to open up the conversation.
I'm sorry, Dr. White. Dr. Lopez has her hand up.
Okay.
So, and I guess, I'm sure we'll talk about it more later because I just wanted to share my experience when I was on the Legislative and Public Policy Committee. We'd actually have a separate subcommittee on a different day, and things change so quickly when your deadlines are coming. Sometimes it doesn't change, and then all of a sudden some verbiage or some added verbiage will go into a bill, and then we may support the bill, but may not support certain language that's in there, and there's dialogue that has to go back and forth. So sometimes early on, as a committee, we could just indicate there we're watching it. We don't necessarily have to say we support or don't support something unless we strongly don't support it, because there could be so many changes along the way. We just have to have certain something put in place so that the committee, the subcommittee, or however it's going to work with this body, how they're going to meet, because we can't wait a month or 2 months. Things happen so quickly when things are getting close to those deadlines, and we can constantly be looking at them, with some of the things they provided earlier to see what those changes are. But there's a lot of fine print in there, and so I just wanted to put my 2 cents in there. Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Any other hands before I pass the mic? Oh, Tostin.
Yeah, just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Lopez's comments and in total agreement in terms of the pace of the process and certain times in the year. So I think it, for me, it circles back to having a general understanding of the bills when they're initially introduced, and for us as a body determining what level of touch and grain size we're going to be, engaged in, because, the language changes at the last minute happen. But, early on in the process, we may be able to demonstrate our support for the concepts in the bill and express some concerns if we have them. But I don't envision that we would be, circling together to review language at the last minute with our friends in the legislature who are really, developing the bills.
Thank you. Any other comments before I pass the mic back to Mary?
I see none at this time.
Okay, Mary, I give you back the mic.
All right, so to the nuts and bolts of your annual report, you are required by federal regulations to report on your work at least annually. There's lots of leeway for how that's done, and I'll just sort of walk you through what our schedule is. Or actually, first some history. Over the years, the physical report itself has seen a few changes. When I first started serving as the commissioner's editor, your annual report was a printed standalone document. During a budget downturn, the then state director of special education suggested printing and bundling it with a special ed newsletter as a cost-saving measure and also as a way to distribute the report to a larger audience. Then in another budget downturn right before the pandemic, the decision was made to no longer print the newsletter, but to make it available in digital form. Your report, however, was printed that first year of the pandemic, although not last year, since there was little personal contact. This year, the printing resumes, thanks to the staff of the Special Education Division, and your report will be made available to you, as I think I mentioned at your October meeting, to share with State Board, Governor, legislators at the Capitol, and anyone else who you would like to share your work with. To the development process, you all work together to create your agendas for your meetings. I attend those meetings, take notes, paying as much attention to your comments and concerns about the topics as I do to the topics and the content itself. At the end of your meeting year, I develop and propose an outline, send it to you for approval, and then draft the report, incorporating all contributions from you commissioners. I then take your words from meetings, the writing you submit in my notes, and draft a narrative for the year. I send that to the chair, who writes an introduction to the report and a conclusion, and I mail it all to you as a first draft. To that draft, I welcome suggestions, additions, and changes. After incorporating those, I send it to you for final approval along with the proposed layout. Again, any of this I welcome criticism, comments from the content of the report itself to the way it's phrased, to the heft I give each topic. I mean, you have every right to say, I need more said about X, and you're saying too much about Y. That's important. To the pictures that I select in the graphic design. So that typically happens around the August meeting, and then we print the report in October, and again you have it for your use. So again, that's pretty much a thumbnail version, but I think it gives you all the key components, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that you have at this point.
Commissioners, I open the floor for your questions or comments about the annual report or any other topics we discussed during this hour.
It doesn't
let
look
me
like there
know
are any questions at this time.
All right. So commissioners, please be aware that you have received the mission and the vision, the platform, and the equity guidelines emailed to you as item number 3. So please keep those in your file. How about we put up the slide for public comment?
We have no public comment at this time.
All right, commissioners, we worked right through our lunch. So how about we have a break now? What do y'all think, yay or nay? All right. So our next item 4 is going to be at 1:45. So why don't we come back here at 1:43 for a 1:45 countdown? So we are going to adjourn or break, sorry. We're going to break right now at 1:15. We'll be back at 1:43 for 1:45. Thank you. All right, welcome back, commissioners. We are now going to move right into item number 4, Operations and Planning Committee report. So during OMP, we discussed the annual appointments for our standing committees, Mental Health Ad Hoc Committee, and our annual Liaison Partnership Program. We also discussed the purpose of our annual Liaison Partnership Program and what the role of an ACSE appointed commissioner liaison looks like. And commissioners, we briefly discussed our annual Liaison Partnership Program during OMP, but I would like to take this opportunity to take a deeper dive and really unpack the relaunch of our annual Liaison Partnership Program, because I want commissioners to be empowered and fully aware of the roles and responsibilities when you are partnering with our sister organizations and commissions. So please bring out or pull out your item 5 handout. And I want to make sure everyone is clear about the purpose of the program and what your role looks like. And I'm going to open up the floor because this is a conversation that I want us to have. Is everyone clear about the purpose of the Liaison Partnership Program? And I just want us to have a dialogue. Please show me your hands. I can't see. You might have to say that your hand is raised.
There are no hands up at this time.
All right. So I want commissioners to be clear about some of the work that we should be doing during our off months, right? And so this handout helps to, I hope, helps to guide your path. Okay? This is a proposal. So I want us to think about actually putting this proposal into our bylaws. Not for this meeting. I just want commissioners to have a conversation about what is on the proposal as it is today. So I open up the floor for folks to have some feedback. Thank you, Commissioner Tostin.
So really appreciate the document in terms of delineating the responsibilities and the guidance when we are liaisoning. And for me, it connects back to Mary's presentation earlier about the history of the commission and some of the work that we've done previously. And for me, when I started on the commission and was appointed as a liaison, I had lots of questions, and there were lots more experienced commissioners at that time. So it was kind of an oral history in how we learned. And so recognizing that that's not going to be as easy virtually, and as we have turnover in the commission, I appreciate kind of having it memorialized so that there's clarity around how we fulfill those roles. Just in case we ever need to have a conversation with someone who may be a little bit outside of the parameters, and if I am, there's a grounding document that we can all react to and understand. So in support of memorializing it in our bylaws, if we continue the conversation, or if the rest of the commissioners see a need.
Thank you, Commissioner Tostin. Commissioner Topalian, I hand the mic to you.
Thank you, and I appreciate it as well. And just to add, I think just to put down who would reach out to these different agencies, commissions, or whatever we're partnering with as being liaisons, just outlining it if we're going to put this in our policy manual somehow. Just because I know that's usually been a confusion for me. Do I reach out? Do I wait? And I think that waiting game usually doesn't come through, and then we're left without being a liaison. But yeah, so I think that would be an addition that I would suggest.
That's a good point. And that's why we're having our meet and greet for our next item. But I think it's a good point to have it in the bylaws of who is doing that. And I think I would propose the chair will be the initial connector. And then once the commissioner is appointed, then you would move forward for that year with the connection. Any other comments? All right, so I would like for us to, well, I guess I'll do it. I want to read the document so our partner organizations know what an ACSE commissioner is suggested to do. So the role of an ACSE appointed commissioner liaison is to actively monitor and collect the partner organization's discussions, progress, and decisions regarding students with disabilities. During each ACSE liaison agenda item, commissioner liaisons will publicly report new information for the commission to be updated on, including, but not limited to, current initiatives, issues, bills, and activities regarding students with disabilities across the state of California. Okay? And then what does active monitoring and collection look like? And this is my proposal. Foster a positive, collaborative, and ongoing relationship with the representative liaison from your partner organization, agency, and/or commission. You're going to schedule monthly meetings with your partner liaison to monitor and collect updates. If available, monitor the partner organization's website. If available, subscribe to the partner organization's listserv, newsletters, and/or alerts. If available, and as appropriate, monitor the partner organization's meeting agendas and attend in person or virtual meetings as a public member or guest. Decide what specific information should be reported at the next public ACSE meeting. During the ACSE liaison agenda item, publicly report updated information for the commission to discuss as an advisory body. And this should be happening during our off months. This will help us to break down the silos and understand what's going on across the state, across organizations, agencies, and commissions. And please be advised, as an appointed ACSE Commissioner Liaison, you are precluded from speaking on behalf of the Commission. Your essential role is to actively monitor and collect new information on the behalf of the Commission. And then if the liaison feels there's a pertinent topic or issue or an activity that's going on in the field, you bring it to the commission for us to weigh in on, and then you make a suggestion for it to be an item on the next upcoming commission agenda. Commissioners, is that a good scope and sequence for our program? Thank you. I'm seeing some hands. Let's have a discussion. I am going to pass the mic to Commissioner Sorter.
Hi. Okay. A couple quick questions. One is, as we talked about the partners we were going to have, and we also shared out some maybe future partners, what will that look like maybe in our bylaws? Is that like a one-year relationship and then you rotate new organizations, just kind of throwing that out there? And then the word monitor, I don't want people to think we're watchdogs, like to that group and what they're doing. And I know people have different interpretations of a word, so I just wanted to kind of throw that out there too. So just thoughts.
Okay, commissioners, we can weigh in. Okay, so I said that the liaison organization is including but not limited to. So if you feel like you have an organization that you want to partner with, certainly bring that organization to leadership, and then I will make the connection for us to partner with them. And yes, appointments are going to be annual, but our relationship, it certainly doesn't have to be annual. It's just an annual appointment from the commissioner to the organization, if that makes sense. And what better word would you put in place of monitoring?
Stay abreast of.
Say that again, Tostin.
Stay abreast of.
Collaborating.
Okay, noted. Who's next?
Commissioner Graff.
Thank you. I really appreciate this conversation about the role of the liaisons and the various other entities who share, similar areas of work and so forth. And this raises, I guess, another point for me in terms of the visibility of the advisory commission and how well the field is, watches these recordings or participates. I mean, we haven't had any public comment yet as of today. And I represent, higher education, faculty, and of course, educator preparation programs for students with disabilities. And I asked some of my colleagues how many of them watch these meetings, and none of them do. So that to me is quite concerning if our university preparation programs aren't following the work of the advisory commission. And I take that on as my responsibility, obviously, to work with my colleagues. But I wonder, is there a way for us to get any data as to how many people actually watch these meetings? I think there is some way of getting that kind of information, but what is the field? How does the field actually, know what we're doing and take to heart what we're doing? Because this is critical work that we are involved with. So again, I'm saying this as a new commissioner, so I'm not familiar with what has been done in the past, but I appreciate this work very much.
Well, Commissioner Graff, you raised a wonderful point, and that is the purpose of our liaison program. We need to be working across organizations. We need to be collaborating or monitoring what's going on across our partner organizations, and then we will hopefully be known when you go to your CTC and when Commissioner Topalian goes to the Mental Health Commission, they'll know who's being represented during those organizations and be like, oh, this commission exists. Oh, let's log in. Let's see what's going on. So that's the point. And I will reflect the data question to CDE staff. And let's see, I would like to know, what is the viewing, the numbers of viewers for our YouTube meetings.
If I can interject really quickly, that is information that we do have access to in terms of just sheer numbers. So we are happy as a baseline to look into that and have that information disseminated, just to sort of follow up on Commissioner Graff's and your point as well.
What about me?
Thank you, Director Calamese. All right, Vice Chair Adler, who's next?
Commissioner Estes.
Thank you. I appreciate this conversation. I have wanted, since I joined the commission, to really be looking at what the other commissions in the state are doing, and watching that. And so I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do that and report back. I have had an interest in actually realizing some cross-commission activities or recommendations over and above coming back and reporting on what other commissions are doing. A number of those commissions are doing work that impacts students with disabilities in the state of California. So I would like us to be thinking about what sort of, cross-commission work we could be doing. So that's just one thought. And then the other question that I have is, we're referring to documents during the commission meeting, and I don't see them posted, either visible here on the screen or anywhere else. So I just want to be sure that they're available to the public.
She is a recent graduate.
CDE staff, are the documents available to the public?
Greet you with the electric smile and
thank you.
Typically, we send out the materials via email. Posting would require, I think, further discussion and problem solving around sort of 508 compliance and the presentations that are submitted to us as well.
I can barely hear you. Can you hear her, guys?
It was a bit muffled, but I was able to hear.
Yeah, it's a little muffled. Can you repeat that, please?
Oh, sorry. I was responding that posting in terms of just 508 compliance is something that we'll just have to address if we are to post those materials, as typically they are emailed out, but something we can look into.
All right.
Commissioner Hamilton?
I just had a quick suggestion. As we look at wordsmithing, I would suggest we change special needs, students with special needs, to students with disabilities, to align with the language that we have started using more consistently.
All right, change it.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Notch?
Thank you. My thinking was very aligned with Commissioner Estes. I raised my hand collaborating with other agencies in a really informed, aligned way. Kept my hand up to put in another plug for really thinking about how we can use all of this work that we're doing in between meetings to bring an aligned perspective to what's happening in the field and strengthen the work that we're doing and moving anything and everything forward. I think breaking down kind of little separate groups having the same conversations could be a real opportunity for us in our liaison work.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to weigh in? Adler, are there any other hands?
No, there are not.
All right, so let me go ahead and share the appointments again. So it could be on record for this hour. Okay, here are the annual Commissioner Liaison appointments. For the Assessment Interest Stakeholder Group, it's vacant. I'm currently the liaison, but I would like to have Commissioner Oyakawa. I will have to talk to her. For the California Association of Resource and Special Educators Plus, or CARS Plus, Commissioner Sorter has agreed to be the liaison. For the California Teachers Association, or CTA, Chair Hayes White is the liaison. For First Five Sacramento County, Commissioner Snipes has agreed to be the liaison. For the Napa County Office of Education, Chair Hayes White is the liaison. And for the Seeds of Partnership and Family Empowerment Centers, for the Northern Region, Commissioner Ruiz has agreed to be the liaison. And for the Southern Region, Commissioner Lopez has agreed to be the liaison. For the Special Education Administrators of County Offices, or SECO, Commissioner Notch has agreed to be the liaison. For the Special Education Local Plan Area, Chair Hayes White is the liaison. For the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, Commissioner Graff has agreed to be the liaison. For the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, Commissioner Topalian has agreed to be the liaison. All right, any questions about the program and the roles? Topalian, I see you talking. Oh. Now, commissioners, we also talked about some other potential organizations that you guys want a liaison with. can you please remind me, I don't know if Vice Chair Adler did a list, but commissioners, please give me those names again for the record for this hour. I open the floor.
I have a few, if you want me to start listing what I got down this morning.
Please.
There was the PPS Coalition, the Child Welfare Council, the Community Youth Restoration, the Council for Exceptional Children. I apologize if I didn't get all these names down perfectly correctly. There was the Quality Counts, I just wrote the acronym and I didn't write the name. CEAYC. I think I got that right. Those were the ones that I had written down from this morning. So commissioners, please correct me if I didn't get everything correct.
What is the acronym for the last one? What is the whole name?
Yeah, I can't remember what that is.
It's the Children's Behavioral Youth. Elizabeth knows more about it, but it's Children's Behavioral Youth Initiative.
Office of Community Youth Restoration.
Oh, there you go.
As the juvenile.
That was a different one. The last one had to do with young children.
CAAEYC, California Association for the Education of Young Children.
Thanks, Heather.
Any other organizations that we should put on the list?
So I don't have recommendations. No recommendations for additional organizations, just a general statement in terms of, while we may have some formal liaison relationships with some of the statewide organizations, and I think this comment was made earlier, it doesn't preclude us from, tracking and monitoring and having conversations with other organizations that are having a body of work. And I bring this up because there's no shortage of organizations whose agendas align with ours and who we could partner with. So I think being mindful of the time we have available to us and the priorities and themes that we have this year. It may be that there's, annual relationships because there's a topic that is pressing or we're focusing on as a state. And the subsequent year, there may not be a pressing need to have the, direct, formal, fully engaged, ongoing conversations with every entity. So I just wanted to say that, generally, in that we will be working obviously with a number of organizations that are, and the list isn't exhaustive, but how do we manage, our time in between meetings and the time allotted for the agenda, because there's no shortage of work to highlight or conversations to engage in.
Thank you for that reminder. So now, Commissioner Tapalia raised a good point about making those connections. So I have already made some connections for today for our next item. I will also make sure that each commissioner liaison will have the connection to your partner organization. So I made the initial step, and we will meet folks today during item 5, and then you guys will be sure to connect from today forward. And I just want to restate, I will do some wordsmithing with the suggestions that the commission has given me. And hopefully during the next meeting, I would like us to consider to adding these to our bylaws. Is that okay for everyone? All right. Are there any further questions, Because if not, I will open the floor for a public comment. I guess we're kind of moving kind of close, kind of quickly here. Let me know if you have any hands, because I can't really see everything.
There are no hands at this time, but we could put up the slide for public comment.
Oh, Heather has a hand.
Hi there, sorry. I just wanted to sort of double back on the question of the comment of ensuring that the slides are publicly available. And I completely forgot what I said this morning. It's been a long day. Just in terms of the address that's available, members of the public are free to email ACSE, ACSE at cde.ca.gov and request those slides as well.
Thanks, Heather. Thanks.
All right, the public comment slide.
There's no public comment.
All right. Since we are kind of early, let's move right on into item number 5, liaison appointments and State Board of Education liaison report. Let us hear from State Board member Oken first. Let her give her liaison report, and then hopefully we will catch up to 2:30 and start meeting our partner organizations. Member Oken, are you here?
I am, thank you.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Thanks for having me here today. It's such an honor. So thanks, as I said, for having me today. For those of you I haven't had the chance to meet, my name is Sharon Olken, and I am a newly appointed in March member of the State Board of Education. It feels like I'm really, really new, though some of you, it's your first day today, so I might have to get over saying I'm new. I am honored to be on the State Board and to be the liaison from the State Board to this commission. In my other hat, I'm the Executive Director of Gateway Public Schools in San Francisco. We have 2 schools, a middle school and a high school. Our high school has been open since 1998, and I started there as a teacher in 2000, and since then have been principal, teacher leader, principal, school founder, and now executive director. I feel really honored and at home amongst all of you because my schools are schools that are very much about inclusive practices. They were founded by a group of parents, mostly moms. We call them our founding mothers, who had kids coming up through the school system. And as they approached high school, because our high school opened first, they didn't see a school that was a good fit for their child. Most of our founding moms had students with a disability. And they looked at the sort of portfolio of schools in San Francisco, which we have fantastic public schools in San Francisco that serve many kids very well, but they were worried that their kids, who they knew were really smart and had bright futures ahead of them, might struggle in some of the schools that exist in the city. They wanted to start a school that was based on how learning happens best, that was small and personal, and that really put diversity, diverse types of learning and life experiences at the center. And that's what we've been doing ever since. It's why I came to Gateway in the first place. after my first teaching experience in a team taught classroom with a resource specialist when I was a first year teacher. I knew that was really the model that made sense to me, that all students have huge strengths, and it's the school's job to figure out how to meet them and how to bring out the best in each young person and help them, meet their potential. So in any case, sorry, it's a long intro, but I'm really honored to be here amongst you. As I've listened now, this is my second meeting, I'm just really in awe of the various types of advocates for students with disabilities that are assembled in this virtual room, from teachers to parents to administrators to advocates to you name it. We've really got to psychologists. We've really got it all here, and it just, I feel like there are many things we need to figure out how to do, sort of to live up to the promise of special education, but I think at the same time, the idea and the ideals of special education are actually sort of the best of all education. And so to see that spirit here just is really heartening to me. So thank you for having me. And in terms of my report from the last state board meeting, the one thing I wanted to talk about was we had a long and really in-depth overview of the state accountability system. It was a lot. It reminded me a little bit of the in-depth nature of the reports today on the state budget and on the legislative process. There are things that it's really helpful to know all the details, but I'm also so thankful that there are people that do this full time and we get to step in for a moment and try and understand the big picture. And so rather than talk about the details of the state accountability system, I just wanted to share a couple of reactions that I had and thoughts that I think are particularly relevant to this group. Much of the presentation was about the way California is moving from a system that I remember well when I first came into education, where schools were judged pretty much solely on the basis of student test scores. And we judged schools based on how kids did on a very specific type of assessment that really didn't fit the way many students learned, and for most of the people I knew, the way we thought education should look. Accountability felt like a necessary evil to me, and I think what I most took from the overview of our state accountability system is that we are moving in really thoughtful ways to an accountability system that is more in keeping with the idea that kids in schools are rich and full of difference, and in order to understand how we're doing, we have to look at all sorts of things. We need to look at more than just test scores. We need to look at school culture. We need to look at equity and things like suspensions. We need to look at there's a whole range of measures that we need to be taking into account. And for me, the thing that was most, and we all know these things, right? We're all in the midst of this accountability system, so I'm not telling you anything new. But the thing that really impressed me was the way in which, when you're working at a school level or a county level, when you're working closely with kids and teachers and families, it's really clear that success looks like a lot of things, and it looks different for different kids. It's about and for a school to be successful, you have to be looking at your success in lots of measures. Like, we know this in schools, right? What I appreciated was the way that the state policy in terms of accountability was trying to help us move both from the school level up, because I think school practitioners are often where the real valuable work is happening, and then also from the policy level down, so we can meet somewhere in the middle in terms of good work. And in the conversation I was just listening to about the liaison system that this commission is putting into place, I heard some of the same type of thing, which is we recognize there's good work happening in lots of places, and it's our ability to start to be having conversations across those places and finding the commonalities so that people in different places see their expertise and their hard work being valued, and other people learning from it. That's really the key to real change. And so I felt like the more time I get to spend at the state board level or as a liaison for this commission, the more I see this really good work around respecting and coordinating the work of lots of people at different levels. I see it happening, and it also feels like the real key to success for more kids in California. And so I just really thank you all for the work you're doing, and I'm honored to be here with you. Yeah, and that's my report for this meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Oken. I also need to appoint a commissioner from ACSE to SBE. And I'm thinking Vice Chair Adler. I'll give you some time to think about it. You don't have to respond today.
Thanks.
All right. So now let's meet our representatives from our partner organizations. Okay, representatives, turn on your cameras. I want to see your lovely faces. All right. So partner liaison representatives, you will each have 5 minutes to introduce yourself. Who are you? Give us your name, your individual background, how long have you been personally working in the field? Then introduce your organization. What is the purpose of your organization? Please share your mission, vision, and goals and objectives for the 2022-23 school year. So I think I'm going to go in alphabetical order so it'll make it easier for folks. And so with that, let's start with Dr. Vang from the Assessment Interest Stakeholder. Well, she's the director of the assessment department, but she's going to tell us about the Assessment Interest Stakeholder Group. Dr. Vang, are you here?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much for inviting me to this meeting. Again, I'm Mao Vang. I'm the director for the Assessment Development and Administration Division at the California Department of Education. And a little bit about me. I've been in this role for a little over 2 years since the pandemic started in 2020. However, I've been in at the department since 2017, and I've been doing assessment work since 2000 for over 20 years. I'm really glad to be able to come to join this meeting because I know in the past I have presented to the advisory committee here, and our goals are aligned with your goals as well, and our vision and mission as well, and making sure that we are inclusive, and in all of our assessments, we develop them with accessibility in mind and to provide the various resources that students need in order to fully access the assessments, because they do have high stakes in some of the assessments in terms of identifying students for placement in programs and services as well. So what I want to say a little bit about our goals for this year, or what we're working on this year, is in terms of assessment development, we are trying to fully implement, not trying, but we are bringing on our English language, our alternate assessment for English language proficiency. And that one is our alternate LPAC. It is, we had to do the operational field test last spring, and we are bringing that one forward to fully integrate into our California assessment system. That is one of the last assessments we are building out in our current workload. And we have come to the commission over the years as we're developing the English language arts, as well as the math and science alternate assessments, and even bringing forward all of our accessibility resources as we add them on throughout the years. So I'm really pleased that this commission has provided us good input and feedback in order to develop our assessments, as well as us fully sharing back with you what we are doing in terms of our development. So with that, I'm gonna pause there to see if you had any questions, or I think that's probably enough about me and what we do in the program.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vang. All right, let's move on to the next organization, California Association of Resource and Special Educators Plus, CARS Plus. Chair-elect Lana Tellez, are you here?
I am. Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. Nice to meet everyone. Thank you so much for having us. We're so excited about this. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. On behalf of California Association of CARS Plus, California Association of Resource Special Educators, I, along with my colleagues and fellow board members, would like to thank you and the other commissioners for this exciting liaison opportunity. Again, my name is Lana Tellez, and I'm the current president-elect of CARS Plus, and was recently appointed as our association's ACSE liaison in hopes of renewing our partnership. So when I got your call, I was so excited. My background is nearly 20 years in special education. I started this journey as a credit recovery aide at a community day school where I fell in love with At Promise Youth and developed my passion for behaviors and the power of relationships. I have a master's in special education. I'm board certified in special education, and I'm currently working on my doctorate in educational leadership. But we were delighted to hear the news that ACSE was reestablishing their annual liaison partnership program, and are thrilled to be included to present today and introduce ourselves, along with many of California's inspiring and influential organizations. So as a board of special educators, along with our general education peers, we serve as the only association whose sole purpose is to represent the unique needs of special education teachers and support staff across California. So the goals of our organization from its inception in 1981 are to provide professional support to our members, increase public awareness of special education, identify current issues to develop policies as guidelines for action, and to represent and protect the interests of special educators through proactive involvement in the legislature and the California Department of Education. So the mission of CARS is to capitalize on our collective strengths to improve the education system for all. We are a nonprofit association representing the unique needs of special educators and their support staff. As a collective voice, we strive to support educators as they focus on the needs of the extraordinary and exceptional needs we serve. students we serve. So our mission is to support, inform, and educate California special educators. And like many of you here today, COVID impacted our association's progress. However, we have a renewed hope and commitment as our association continues to grow and change. We are delighted that you and other partners and legislators will support our journey, and we know that many challenges lay ahead in education, but we are encouraged and hopeful. Our aligned visions will continue to support and create increased advocacy for special education and will strengthen the broader community as we work toward achieving common goals. We know that working together in collaborative relationships can help widen opportunities for success, and we're excited for this liaison opportunity and working more closely with Dr. Sorter, and we're grateful for this collaboration to support and improve special educator capacity and efficacy for the enhancement of all aspects of the special education community. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Cherry Lick. Let's see who's next. California Teachers Association, CTA, Rebecca Accord, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, how you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for having us. My name is Rebecca Accord. My job I've done for 24 years is I'm a resource specialist in the Colton Joint Unified School District. I teach at a middle school, and currently I'm 7th grade. What we do is we definitely are inclusion, and as I said, I've done it for 24 years and I've really enjoyed it. But CTA, California Teachers Association, and its over 300 members, has appointed me as liaison to the Advisory Commission on Special Ed. And our mission is always great public schools for every child. But specifically, CTA is committed to supporting students with IEPs, their parents, guardians, and the educators that support them. Our organization has hosted a special education virtual conference for the past 2 years with over 6,000 members in attendance. Our special education conference will be in person this fall in Burlingame, and we will have almost 60 electives dedicated to supporting our students with our IEPs and the CTA members who work with them. Additionally, CTA hosts regular webinars to support students with IEPs and understanding the law as it pertains to special education. We also have a resource page on our website for our members that includes information on universal design for learning, understanding the differences between 504s and IEPs, and navigating the IEP process in order to be more collaborative. Currently, our special education staff are facing overwhelming workloads and conditions that make it difficult to meet the needs of our students. Because of the staffing shortage, this situation is exacerbated. We hope that we can work together with the Advisory Commission on Special Ed to explore this issue and determine a way to work to better support our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Accord. All right, next is First Five, Sacramento County. Dr. Lindsay Dunkel, did I say that right? Are you here?
I am, and you did. Thank you. Hi.
Oh, thank you.
My name is Lindsay Dunkel. My background is I hold a doctorate in developmental psychology. I've worked in First Five World for 18 years, and the last 3 have been at First Five Sacramento. I started out my professional life as a preschool and toddler teacher in all-day settings. My title at First Five Sacramento is Early Learning Coordinator, which means that I oversee our early education and child care grants. Our vision is that Sacramento County will have strong communities where children are safe, healthy, and reach their full potential. And our mission is, in partnership with the community, we support a prevention and early intervention system that promotes optimal health and development, narrows disparities, and improves the lives of children 0 to 5 and their families. So just a bit about First Five for those who aren't familiar with it. It was established by Proposition 10 back in 1998, just when all the brain development information was coming out, saying that 90% of a child's brain growth happens in the first 5 years. So in their great wisdom, the people of California approved a 50-cent tax on tobacco. And we proceeded to build a program on a declining revenue stream. So it's always interesting at First Five. We want people to stop smoking, and they are. And we're still awaiting funds to come swooping in from elsewhere to help shore up what we've been building. So there's a First Five commission in each of the 58 counties of California. And then there's a state agency that is also funded by Prop 10 that does overall messaging and communication and runs statewide initiatives. But each county has their own funding and their own Board of Supervisors appointed commission. So they each have local flavor. And the statute says that we will fund things in the areas of family functioning, child health, child development, which really means child care and early education, and systems of care. So it's very broadly defined. It's, I think, one of the uniquenesses of First Five is that it takes a whole child approach. It's the only agency that can look at health and education and family and really that child in complete context from birth until they enter kindergarten. So at First Five Sacramento, just to give you a sense of scale, we receive about $13 million a year in tobacco tax. For each county, they receive a portion of the tobacco tax that is equal to their portion of the overall California birth rate. So we served, in 2021, we served about 26,000 people with these dollars through about 22 different agencies. In Sacramento, our priority areas are health, early care and development, and empowered families. And all of our goals have both program goals and systems goals. So as the money reduces, First Five across the state is sort of pivoting to do more systems work and less direct program funding. But probably of interest to this group are 3 of our expenditures. The first is that we fund 9 school districts in Sacramento County to do programming for 0 to 5-year-olds and their families. And this includes comprehensive screenings. So all of the districts do developmental screenings using the Ages and Stages questionnaire and the Ages and Stages social emotional. They do hearing, vision, speech and language, and dental screenings, mostly on preschoolers, but also those that have infant toddler programs on the younger children. And all 9 school districts run parent-child play groups for 0 to 3-year-olds, and they also get the screenings. In 2021, about 9% of the developmental screenings resulted in referrals. Interestingly, about 15% of the vision screenings, 11% of the speech and language, and 4% of the hearing screenings resulted in referrals. We also fund an evidence-based program that exists nationally that is called Help Me Grow. So this is all about screening children 0 to 5 and getting them connected to services if they need them. Overall in California, only about 42% of children receive, ages 1 to 11 received a developmental screening in the most recently available data, which is pre-pandemic. I would guess that that's lower now because we know that children did not go to well-child visits or went at a very reduced rate over the pandemic. So less than half of our children are getting regular developmental screenings at their pediatric visits. So Help Me Grow is all about 4 pillars: having a centralized call number, just one number that you can call to get connected to all kinds of services if you think that your child might have some kind of developmental delay or behavioral difficulty. To have a data system that tracks the data and also can analyze it, looking for patterns in a community. To do family and community outreach, and to do child health provider outreach. So trying to get doctors to actually deliver those screenings that they are mandated to do in the state of California by Medi-Cal, which serves over 50% of California children. So we partner with the Sacramento County Office of Education to provide this Help Me Grow program. It exists in many other counties as well. We would love to see this become a state program. The more children that we can identify early, the fewer children we're going to have in special education. And then finally, we have a behavioral consultation program for childcare. This is to work with private and family childcare. And it's through our childcare resource and referral agency, which is called Child Action. In 2021-22, they served 81 providers. And they work very closely with the Infant Development Department at our County Office of Ed, which is the IDEA Part C program in Sacramento County. To those 81 providers, they provided 818 consultations. And the goal of the program is to keep children in stable care. Children are more likely to be kicked out of preschool than they are any other grade level. To identify developmental issues and to get kids screened and served, and to help providers talk to families when they think there may be a developmental issue in a way that's most likely to result in that child being able to get screened and get services. So that's the picture for First 5 Sacramento. Thanks so much for inviting us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dunkel. All right. We have Napa County Office of Education, Connie Leyva and Susan Stewart. Are you here?
Yeah, we're here. Thank you, Dr. Hayes White, Commissioner White. Yes, and Dr. Susan Stewart is here as well. I'm Connie Silva, and I'm here from the Napa County Office of Education. I really thank the commissioners for inviting us to be a partner organization. We're very, very happy to do this. First, just sharing a little bit about myself. I am the director of the Research and Professional Development Center here at the Napa County Office of Ed. I've been here for about a dozen years, a little more, and supporting some of the projects that I'm going to describe in just a little bit. My background prior to being here, and again, the projects within Napa are very focused on special education. I'll talk about those in just a little bit. But came into this work actually through the mental health field. So working in a non-public school, first as a social worker and then eventually as an administrator. So that's my background, and I'll let Dr. Stewart say a little bit about her own.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Connie. My background, as many of you that have spoken already, we share the early childhood background. I started in early childhood, and as I spent time working in that field, I realized that there was a need for me to understand the special education world. And so I went back and got some education in early childhood special education, early intervention. And I have been working in that field for many years and have transitioned over into working around significant disproportionality in the school systems. And I'm delighted to be here, and thank you so much for inviting us to join you in this way.
So what I'm going to do, as I mentioned, Napa County Office of Education is a long-term partner with California Department of Education, and in particular with the Special Education Division. We're providing training and technical assistance to California LEAs. And currently, the county office has 4 current contracts that I'm just going to describe briefly that are really focused on special education. So they are the State Performance Plan Technical Assistance Project, and that's the one that Susan and myself work on. And then there's the Desired Results Access Project. There's the Callie Reads Project, and there's also the Lead to Literacy Grant. So I'll briefly describe each of those. The State Performance Plan Technical Assistance Project, which we call SPP-TAP, that's kind of a long name. We serve local educational agencies identified as significantly disproportionate as required under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. The regulations require states to identify LEAs with significant disproportionality based on race and ethnicity in the areas of disability, identification, educational environments, and discipline. And SPP-TAP currently provides training technical supports to over 150 LEAs throughout California. And this year, our team, and I should say working with them, is actually supporting them in addressing that disproportionality and creating more equitable experiences for all of our students, including those students with disabilities. And this current year, SPP-TAP has been very focused on working collaboratively with CDE, SED on aligning the monitoring and support process for significantly disproportionate LEAs with the new compliance and improvement monitoring process for special education. So I think that was talked about a little bit earlier in the meeting. And our work actually supports 3 different units, Focus Monitoring and Technical Assistance Units of the Special Education Division. It's FMTA 1, FMTA 4, and also the newly developed SMALLS unit. So that's SPP-TAP. For the Desired Results Access Project, that operates CDE's statewide assessment, the Desired Results Developmental Profiles, which were developed in 2015 for children with individualized family service plans and also individualized education programs. And the project collects approximately 90,000 child assessments annually, and those are used to report on Indicator 7 in the State Performance Plan Annual Performance Review. And they also provide training for California's 8,500 early interventionist and early childhood special educators. And currently the project also supports the Embedded Instruction California project, which is working with 9 pilot sites providing professional development, including on-site coaching directly to teachers in their inclusive preschool classrooms. So a third project is Callie Reads, which is California's state personnel development grant funded by the Office of Special Education Programs. So this is federal funding. And the project provides staff training, coaching, and system supports to improve literacy outcomes for adolescent students, and especially or in particular for students at risk and students with disabilities. It's a 5-year project. It's currently in its 5th year and serving 36 middle schools throughout California that are low-performing districts. And the grant is wrapping up this year, but NCOE has applied with the California Department of Education for the next 5-year iteration. However, the focus is different. So it's going to be focused on early childhood education, should it be successful. The application was just submitted in July, and it aims to provide professional development and job-embedded coaching to preschool and early start providers to meet 4 outcomes. One is the use of evidence-based practices to support inclusion for preschoolers and cultivate trusting family partnerships during transition. The second is to improve fidelity of implementation of inclusion and transition practices. The third is to improve sustaining and expanding the development grant strategies and practices specific to OSEP. And then also to improve learning and developmental outcomes for all children with disabilities. And the last project I'll talk about is NCOE is also a recipient, one of the recipients of the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grants. Our Lead to Literacy grant has partnered with Riverside and Siskiyou County offices to collaboratively develop models that promote and build school capacity for effective literacy instruction for students with disabilities. And the focus on this one is students in grades 6 through 12. So I'll stop there. And again, thank you so much. As I said, we're very excited to be a part of this partnering.
Thank you so much, Director Silva and Dr. Stewart. Now let's have Seeds of Partnership and Family Empowerment Centers, Robin Ryan from Seeds of Partnership, and Director Elena Bramble from the Northern Region, and Elizabeth Spencer from the Southern Region. Are you ladies here?
Yes, we are. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hayes White and fellow commissioners. The Family Empowerment Center representatives and I have teamed up for this introduction to share the description of our work together. So I will go first. My name is Robin Ryan. I've been serving in the area of special education as well as family support for over 25 years. And I am the parent of a young adult with disabilities. I'm the coordinator of the Seeds of Partnership, which is a statewide technical assistance partner funded through the CDE Special Education Division. A large portion of our work of the project is around family engagement related to families of children receiving special education services from birth to 22, including assisting with the compliance and improvement monitoring process. One of our priority areas is the coordination of the Family Empowerment and Disability Council, which is made up of the executive directors and or the representatives of each of the family empowerment centers in our state. In support of the ACSE Liaison collaboration for 22-23, we've identified 2 directors of 2 family empowerment centers who will serve in this role on behalf of the FECs statewide for the year. Liz Spencer, Director of Westside Family Resource and Empowerment Center, and Elena Bramble, Program Director of Raoul Family Empowerment of Northern California. And they'll now share what FECs are and who they serve. So I'll pass over to Liz.
Hi, I want to thank you for having us. It's an honor to be here. My name is Elizabeth Spencer, and I'm the director of the Westside Family Resource and Empowerment Center. We're located in Culver City, California, Southern California. I've been in the field for approximately 28 years. I've been director of the Family Resource and Empowerment Center for almost 20 sons. My oldest is a gentleman, as many on this call probably have shared experience with that. So I'm going to share a little bit about what the Family Empowerment Centers are. Family Empowerment Centers, or FECs, provide training, information, and resources for parents and families of children and young adults with disabilities living in the area served by the center. FECs were originally established through Senate Bill 511 in 2001. I'm very, very proud that Westside was one of the first recipients. In 2021, additional funding was allocated to expand the number of California Empowerment Centers. And so this year, really enjoyed.
I'm sorry, but the audio is coming through really muffled.
Elizabeth, you're very glitchy. The sound is very glitchy.
Will have access to family environment be eligible to receive me better. No.
I think we last heard in 2021 additional monies for expansion. That's the last that we've heard, what we heard last.
Okay, I think she's completely gone now. My name is Elena. I'll take over for where she left off. My name's Elena Bramble. I'm from Rao Family Empowerment up way far in Northern California. Our center is based in Redding, California, which is about 2 hours south of the Oregon border. We cover 6 counties, Shasta, Siskiyou, Trinity, Tehama, Glen, and Butte. Oh my goodness. So that's where I am physically, and that's who we serve. A little bit of my background, because I jumped ahead. I have a son who is on the spectrum. He was not formally diagnosed when he was young, so we had a very long struggle. It taught me a lot. I tell him often, he's 27 now, that if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to do the job that I do. I've been in this position for about 3.5 years. Prior to that, I worked with behavioral children in a variety of different settings and in different positions, doing behavioral work as a behaviorist. I taught preschool for a short time, but I came across so many behaviors that it led me to getting more and more education in order to work in the schools a little bit more in depth, which then led me back here. As the director, I'm able to come to things like this and hopefully get the experience I had as boots on the ground to the people that can make changes. So it's one of the reasons I'm here. As the FECs, I'll go back to what Liz was saying. Thankfully, we have it written down here. The FECs were originally established by Senate Bill 511 in 2001. In 2021, additional funding was allocated to expand the number of family empowerment centers. So we doubled this year, and my understanding is that we will be adding more soon as well. So that's good. To be eligible to receive funding as a family empowerment center on disability, the organization must be a nonprofit, staffed primarily by parents and guardians and family members of children and adults with disabilities, and by adults with disabilities, have as a majority of board members of each center, parents, guardians, family members of children and young adults with disabilities, self-advocates, and other community members who have experience with local or regional disability systems and educational resources. Several FECs have other funding streams and are part of federal, state, and local initiatives, and also serve families with children from birth to 26 or specific focus programs in addition to their FEC work. Services available through each FEC are based on the needs of the community in which that FEC is. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what we do in more specifics. We provide, as an FEC, we provide support, training, and information and assistance to parents of families of children and young adults with disabilities or suspected disabilities, including developmental concerns, special health care needs, and learning differences, who are between the ages of 3 and 22 or until they graduate high school. So we also partner with or provide related resources to school district staff, healthcare, childcare, and other community partners that serve families of children with disabilities. Our aim as an FEC is to assist parents to better understand their child's educational and developmental needs. FECs empower parents to effectively communicate with educators and service providers. We facilitate communication between the schools or professionals that serve the families. We provide trainings on the IEP process, on behavior, on systems of service, the transition process, and resources to other community agencies. FECs also empower parents to participate in school reform and improvement activities and parent leadership activities. We help promote alternative dispute resolution. We actually, through some MOUs, we provide opportunities for parents to participate in activities and events that promote their ability to be their child's best advocate. So all of these that I talked about are things that we do specifically here, and a lot of the centers do throughout the state. This is just a sample. Each center is assigned to a county or multiple counties, and depending on the need of that county, we are able to, as an FEC, to individualize our services to the need of the communities that we serve. So that's me. I think we're going back to Robin real quick to wind it up. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. So this year saw the largest increase, as Elena shared, in the FEC. So going from 14 centers to 30 centers at this point, giving the ability to serve many more families in California. Contact information for the different centers can be found on our Seeds of Partnership website, specifically under Family Engagement Centers. So that's www.seedsofpartnership.org under Family Empowerment. And over half the centers are newly established as an FEC, so we're actively in the process of updating the site with the newest contact information for those new centers as they gear up. So on behalf of SEEDS and the FEC team, thank you again for this opportunity and continued collaboration with ACSE, and look forward to working with Commissioners Lopez and Ruiz. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Robin, Elena, and Elizabeth. That was amazing. All right, let's go next to Special Education Administrators of County Offices, or SECO. We have Chair Michael Cast, and is it Dr., please help me with this last name, Skukowski?
Kara Shikoski.
Ay. I wasn't going to get that. I'm sorry I chopped your name. Are you guys here?
So I am here. I had trouble getting a login link for Kara. So Kara's here as an attendee and in spirit, but she has an unbelievably big spirit. So that works.
Thank you, Chair Cast.
You're welcome. So I'm Michael Cast. I am housed out of Sacramento County Office of Education. I have been here at SCOE as the Executive Director of Special Education since February of 2018. So I'm in about halfway through my 5th year. Prior to that, I started out as a special education teacher in Sacramento City Unified. Then I worked my way up through just different administrative roles, assistant principal at a middle school, principal of a elementary, which turned into a K-8 Waldorf school, and then went to the district office as a special education administrator prior to coming here to Sacramento County Office of Ed. All in all, I think I'm on around year 18, sounds about right, and I won't make any more years because I have enough under me already. And I will introduce Kara since she does not have access to audio. Kara Shikoski, she is the Executive Director for Special Education Services out of San Diego County Office of Education. And she will actually be the one coming to all of the ACSE meetings, or virtually if that's how they happen. At SECO, we like to have liaisons for a lot of these groups, and Kara in the past has served as that role and would like to continue again. So she will be serving that role and a regular visitor or member for your group. So when it comes to SECO, we are made up of special education administrators from across the state, from all the county offices. We are a subgroup of student programs in CSESA. And I'll go over our mission, vision, our mission, purpose, and goals. That's how it's in our handbook. So I want to stay true to our verbiage to match up appropriately. So our mission: advocate for effective, results-driven, evidence-based educational programs and services that meet the needs of all students and families, and promotes best practices that improve outcomes for students with disabilities. Now, our purpose, or our vision, if you will, provides support for sound, meaningful, and quality educational programs for all individuals with disabilities in California schools. Additionally, SECO facilitates connections between CDE, county offices of education, and local educational agencies by offering specialized expertise and professional development. Our goals: strengthen work with early childhood education partners, actively participate in statewide legislative process as it relates to special education, place great importance on legislation during meetings to support and educate our members. So just a little bit of background about us. We have roughly low 80s in members. Our general participation at any one of our events, we're usually between the 40 and 50 number. We meet every other month, so 6 times a year. We have one planning meeting in July, which is always in Orange County, and all the other meetings are here in the Sacramento area. We kind of try to have themed meetings around major topics in special education, staffing, personnel, how new UPK legislation is rolling out and going to impact us. And then we also have regular people that are take constant roles on our agendas. And that would be CDE Director of Special Education, Heather Calamisi, Derek Lennox from CSESA, Kristen Wright and Derek Lennox actually partner up. Kristen Wright, not as her former role for CDE Director of Special Education, but she's doing work as a special education liaison for CSESA. And then as well, our State Board of Education, Layla, is also joining us, and that's been a newer addition to our agendas. So that is CECO. I'll keep it nice and brief, but we are a very passionate group, and we often focus on students that have the most significant disabilities, which is typically what you see your County Office of Education serve. So we have a deep passion for that work, and we're always looking out for what is best for these students. And long term, we are looking at how we can provide a lot of expertise for least restrictive environment for our local districts, as well as more inclusive opportunities for these particular subgroups of students with disabilities. And we're super excited to be here and be part of this liaison work. So thank you so much for having us. We really view it as an unbelievable opportunity for us to be in partnership with this and keep that going.
Thank you so much, Chair Cast. All right, now we will have Special Education Local Plan Area, or SELPA. Patty Mutheny. I hope I didn't chop it up too bad.
Thank you, Dr. Hayes-White. I'm Dr. Patty Mutheny. And I want to thank you. No problem. It came with my husband. It's a challenge. I want to thank you and the commissioners for this opportunity to liaison with you. I'm honored to be here and to share with you about the SELPA Administrators of California Association. We are commonly known as State SELPA. And of course, you already introduced me and said my name, but I am the chair of the State SELPA for this 22-23 school year. Additionally, I am the Chief Administrative Officer for the East Valley SELPA in San Bernardino County. And we are a multi-district SELPA with approximately 11,000 students with disabilities. In respect to my personal career journey, it's almost been a 40-year journey. I spent 11 years in the classroom. Like some of my colleagues have already presented, many of those years were in early education. I then spent 8 years as a school psychologist. And from there, I moved into the role of a district special education administrator. And I served as a district special education administrator for 13 years. And now I'm in my 8th year as a SELPA administrator. I'd like to begin by expressing my appreciation to the Commission for the robust discussion that preceded our presentations as liaisons. It helps those of us with the title liaison from the field to better understand your expectations. I am also honored to be representing all of the dedicated and hardworking SELPA administrators in California, and especially the state SELPA executive and steering committees. And just so you know, I've prepared some information to read, so please forgive me if I appear to be looking away or reading. State SELPA is a volunteer member-only association made up of the special education local plan area or SELPA administrators throughout California. There are 136 of us, and we voluntarily participate in state SELPA. In each of our respective SELPAs, whether those are single district, multi-district, or charter SELPAs, we provide oversight to the approximate 769,000 students in California with disabilities to ensure they have access to and receive special ed services. In respect to that, let me just talk briefly about my work as a SELPA administrator. It's important to understand, though, that each SELPA is unique, and dependent on the local governance council's expectations and desires for the region, they can look different. But there are many commonalities, regardless of the location or size or structure and other local variables. All SELPAs have significant responsibilities related to oversight and compliance, ensuring every student with a disability has access to the needed services and supports. And those are provided in an equitable manner. So for example, just this week, I'm meeting with a new superintendent and district special education director in my SELPA to review what we do for them here in the East Valley SELPA. What are our services? And I've come up with multiple pages. The list includes extensive professional development and program specialist services in our classrooms, fiscal oversight, due process and compliance support, non-public school master contracts and placements, student information system management, and then specifically here in the East Valley SELPA, though not true for all SELPAs, we provide direct services to students. These include occupational therapy, physical therapy, and educationally related mental health services. In addition, I'm happy and proud to share that the East Valley SELPA has been a leader in expanding the use of alternative dispute resolution, or ADR, and exclusive practices. And so I took a little bit of time to highlight my work as a SELPA administrator to emphasize the need for an association like the state SELPA. SELPA administration is a relatively unique and exceedingly challenging job within the world of education. There are only 136 of us and no guidebook nor graduate level preparation for special education administration, never mind SELPA administration. This is where the State SELPA Association fills a vast void for its members and for the education community as a whole. State SELPA members come together to learn and support one another, as well as regularly collaborate with the Special Education Division at CDE and now staff at CCEE. The structure of our volunteer association supports this through committees. State SELPA has more than 24 committees for many significant topics related to our work. Committee members become experts in those topics and then provide information and presentations in our state SELPA meetings. And we meet about 10 times a year in both Sacramento and San Diego. In addition, State SELPA engages with the greater education community, county offices, CDE, CCEE, and the state legislature to advocate for students with disabilities. We exist to champion educational access and opportunities for those students by collaborating with stakeholders to influence policy and practice on behalf of students with disabilities. We have been instrumental over the past few years in supporting legislation and work statewide related to ADR and increasing funds for ADR for all of our students and all of the districts and inclusive practices. And I really have to take this opportunity to emphasize the work our association has done with Senator Ochoa Bogue in sponsoring, authoring, and consulting on Senate Bill 1113 for inclusionary practices, as well as to provide a shout out to Heather Colomise and her staff for engaging in policy discussions in support of the bill. And of course, to the many, many parents who support our work and who have engaged with us in advocating for the bill, and specifically during our most recent legislative day in May. And so to conclude, SELPA state core values are mutual support and engagement, shared expertise, contributing through volunteerism, continuous advocacy. Our goals and beliefs are one and the same. We strive to deliver high quality special education programs and services to students with disabilities in the most effective manner practicable. We believe that all students can learn and that students with special needs must be guaranteed equal opportunity to become contributing members of society. We facilitate high quality educational programs and services for students with special needs and training for parents and educators. We collaborate with county agencies and LEAs to develop and maintain healthy and enriching environments in which students with special needs can succeed. In closing, I encourage you to learn more about us at our website, SELPA Info. I very much appreciate this opportunity to share about State SELPA, and I look forward to our ongoing partnership as a liaison with you to meet and champion the needs of students with disabilities. Again, thank you.
Thank you so much, SELPA Chair. I'm not going to attempt to say your last name again. Oh my God, commissioners, don't we have like some amazing partners? I am like super thrilled that we are going to be working across organizations this school year. Let me open up the floor for commissioners to make comments or have any questions. Let me know when you want to speak because I can't always see hands.
Commissioner Tostin?
I want to thank all of the presenters for the information that you shared, but I also wanted to highlight the phenomenal accomplishment of the FEC expansion as a representation of what happens when we all work together, because that was a multi-year conversation and advocacy from our partners in FECs, SECOs, SELPAs. Everyone recognized the value of that work. And so just wanted to call that out as we're talking about our focus and the power of our partnerships as an example of what we can accomplish for kids as we're working together, even though it may take a little bit longer, or a lot longer than we would have liked or anticipated initially.
Thank you, Commissioner Tostin. Adler, are there any other hands?
No, ma'am.
All right. Commissioners, I will be giving you the information to connect with your partner organizations. Please look forward to the information soon. And let me put up the public commenter slide to give the public an opportunity.
We have no public comment at this time.
All right. Thank you, partner organizations. We will be in touch and working with you soon. All right. Now we're going to move into item 6, general public comment. At this time, the public is invited to make comments on any matter, including items not on the agenda. Commissioners are precluded from discussing matters not on the agenda. However, questions may be asked by commissioners for clarification purposes. The commission would like to acknowledge receipt of all public comments submitted via email. Issues raised by public comment may be referred to a future meeting agenda. Public comments are limited to 1 minute. Director Calamise, can you please put up the slide?
We have no public comment.
Hearing none, Director Calamise?
Correct. Yes, sorry.
All right. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was confusing. I mean, we have no public comment.
Okay. Hearing no further public comments, we are now going to adjourn day 1, August 17th, 2022 meeting. We will continue our day 2 meeting tomorrow, August 18th, online at 9:00 a.m. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow at 9:00.